This is the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast. Your hosts are Seth Jacobson and Patrick Heiler.
Hi, I'm Seth.
And I'm Patrick.
Ladies Special Part 2.
Ladies Special
Part 2. Shall we all introduce ourselves?
Yeah, let's do that. Including which continent you're on, because that's important.
Why don't you guys go first? Americans?
Okay, Aradia, you go.
Okay, cool. We'll start and move our way east around the planet. That works. So hi, everyone. I am Aradia, head of the Brown Aja and frequent fact corrector of Much Annoyance on the regular WoTS Spoilers track. I'm taking a break from doing this to do this from studying atmospheric science. And it's currently 3 p.m. on the west coast of North America right now.
I'm Kelsey, and I'm on North America, Central Time. In Texas. I have been on the podcast with Seth and Patrick a couple times, and then with Aradia, which was a while ago. Was that it? That was all the things? Okay.
Hi, I am Bambi. I am usually recording from Perth, Western Australia, but due to circumstances, I am actually in Northern Ireland right now in the UK. I was on for an earlier chapter for the same book a couple months ago, and we had a blast. And then I pestered Seth to get on again for the Tangents episode, and we got this together, and I can't wait to get into it.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm in Australia. I'm currently sitting in Bambi's house while she is in Northern Ireland. I was on the same 2 episodes, the Ruidian chapters, and it is 20 past 6 a.m. here, and it's 7 degrees.
So you're literally in tomorrow from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I'm in the future.
She's coming at us from the future.
I am recording from the future.
How is the future? Is it nice?
It's freezing.
I should have said it's coming up to 20 past 11 p.m.
Right, yeah.
Saturday. It's not tomorrow yet with me. I'm actually pretty warm. It's like 7 degrees outside, but I'm toasty.
It's 7 degrees here as well.
Well, you guys are just starting winter.
Yeah, but I feel like it's come a bit early. But then again, when I got on the plane last night, it was still 34 degrees Celsius. So I was in...
Wow.
Yeah, I was in northwestern Australia, so it's dry season up there, and it's still pretty warm.
How was the trip?
Yeah, pretty good. We had some high winds in the morning, so we couldn't really tow anything behind the boat, but we got most of our work done, and I'm back, and that's it. I'm done. No more field work for me.
Oh, you were doing field work. Nice.
A little bit of early bullshitting, like Seth says, is important. But I just had the book sitting beside me. I've carted this book across the planet with me, so I may as well read it.
All right.
So we're here to do the Tangent episode for The Shadow Rising, 4th book of Wheel of Time. I think I can speak for all of us to say that it's our favourite in the series. It's a pretty big call. Interrupt me if I'm speaking out of turn for any of you. And I don't know, I thought it might be nice to... We chatted a little bit about this earlier to kind of touch on a little bit of why we like this one so much.
Yeah. I guess I'll go first, and we can just kind of try to keep this west to east pattern going as we try to go around.
Yeah, good idea.
So
let's do it.
This book is... Oh man, it has so much happens in this book. Like in many ways, it's like Eye of the World, because just so many different radical things happen to our characters. So many character arcs go in so many directions. I think it's a book where we get a lot of like the female characters really start coming into their own, because they go off and do their own separate arcs and start really learning a lot of cool things. And then obviously it has one of the best scenes in the entire freaking books, which is the Pillars of Ruidian. I mean, those are just absolutely hands down one of the highlights of the entire series. So this is a book where there's a lot of like the series coming into its own as like you strap in. Like, this ride is nowhere near done yet. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, like Aradia, this book, to me, feels like the first Wheel of Time, like, book. The characters are, starting to get into motion for their character arcs. And we're going to touch on this later, the topic of identity, but all the characters seem to finally start embracing their identities and figuring out what it means for them to be, you know, Aes Sedai, the Dragon Reborn, Ta'Veren, whatever. Obviously, there's still growing pains, you know, especially with, for example, Perrin. But, you know, everyone is in their arcs. And then a lot of pivotal scenes happen, you know, a lot of exciting, like, you know, action scenes where the characters are actually, you know, being superheroes, like, you know, Nynaeve and Moghedien, you know, having that fight. And she realizes, I'm actually as powerful. I'm as powerful as you are. And, you know, of course, Rand, like, going through, you know, Ruidian and learning from the Aiel, those are really big moments that stick with these characters throughout the rest of the book. And so that's why it's, you know, the most action-packed and also really intense character development.
Yeah.
I'm nodding. I love saying
Yeah. Well, again, this is, as everyone, my favourite book in the entire series as well, and my copy is missing its front cover and numerous pages throughout. And as soon as I finished it, in my second read through, I stopped and just started again straight away. It was, yeah, definitely my favourite. And there's just so much going on, and for me, I feel this book really separates itself in terms of writing style starts to change. The characters, they're, you know, on this cusp of their transformation. You know, the first book really set them up in their minds and our minds, you know, their identity, like this is their background and this is who they believe that they are. And the next two books kind of laid the grounds for their transformation, and this one they're really starting to come to be aware that, you know, they're starting to change and they need to deal with this. And yeah, it's got some of my favorite scenes in this whole series. So the beginning of the book, the Bubbles of Evil, definitely the Ruidian scenes, but also some disappointing moments for me, namely Trollocs, really start to become disappointing. And I think that's why different aspects that get introduced in this novel start to become a bit more important. They introduce a bit more of a, you know, an unknown threat, or that's a bit bigger than the Trollocs.
Yeah, definitely Trollocs suffer from the escalation, and you know, Yeah,
that's really interesting. That I haven't really thought about it that way, in terms of the big bads get badder in a way, and the ones we see at the beginning, like the Trollocs and the early attacks on Emmonsfield and the things that we see in the first three books, become kind of small fry as everything kind of just scales up. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, but also, like, if you think to, like, the final, like, the battle in the Two Rivers, and I felt like those chapter was quite short, considering how immense the threat had been built up throughout the book, and how much Trollocs had been built up in the first three books. And I guess after that, it's kind of cool, Trollocs. That was a bit disappointing.
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought that maybe hasn't that got to do with the fact that the Trolloc tap was switched off by Loyal, so to speak? Like, they were coming through that gateway. Yeah,
but even by the time he manages to get back and do that, you know, they still know that there's thousands of Trollocs, and they're up against, villages.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's fair enough. Yeah, they become less scary as things move on. Actually, just you talking about Trollocs just reminded me, I found 5 minutes to have a bit of a read of my paperback today, and I noticed, so I've got, I think it's the UK edition paperback, and it's got what I like to think about as the full painting cover art, and it's got them in the waist, and if you look really carefully, you can see little Trollocs, little silhouettes of Trollocs on the cover. I don't know if you guys are the same version.
Yeah, I have that copy.
I only noticed that today. Yeah. So I think that's sort of alluding to what happens, how Cold Rock's hold at the end. So anyway, that's a cool little tidbit that I just kind of noticed. But this is my favourite book in the series. It's pretty much what you guys have said, and you've all been much more articulate about this than I will probably be tonight. But it's, we see everything really kick off and the increased reach of, I guess, the shadow. And I'm sure we'll jump into this in a minute anyway, but what I was looking at was what I was kind of really interested in are the prophecies at the beginning and end of the book, and had a bit of a read of the one at the front of this one, which I won't read the whole thing, but we can see in the title we've got capital S, shadow. The shadow is rising over the series, over the land, and it all kind of alludes to. So it says, and he who shall be born of the dawn, born of a maiden, according to prophecy, and all of this. And this one is attributed to commentaries on the Koreathon cycle, Serene Da Shamel Motara, Third Age. And so I thought that was, first of all, it's cool to see the title of the book. I didn't read the first line, but it's in the first line. The title of the book in the opening prophecy. Things are getting really serious now. Trollocs small fry, as you kind of alluded to, Nicole, and things, it's all getting, scaled up. As you say, everything with the identity of all of the main characters, learning a lot about themselves, testing their own limits, and developing, really. We see a lot of growth. That's my tangential, meandering description of why I like this book. Also, sorry, I'm having a bit of a look at my notes here as well. I just want to say, I don't want to make too much of a sense of loss of innocence that we see as all these characters grow up. We, particularly thinking about Perrin's chapters when he goes back home, back to the Two Rivers, back to the village, having seen the world. I'm really empathizing with this country folk village mentality and the really warm village sort of atmosphere, but that comes with a sort of, not sort of, for lack of a better word, mistrust of outsiders, because that's sort of where I'm at this week. This is I'm sitting in the countryside. These are the people I'm talking to, and sort of the places that I am. So I thought I'd throw that out there. I'm sort of really empathizing with all of that sort of right now. So it's a good time to talk about it.
Also with Perrin, this is like the first time where his plot in particular is featured rather strongly, and I actually really enjoy Perrin's storyline in this book. I have moments where I really, really love Perrin's storyline and his development, and in this book that's one of those moments for sure.
Yeah, I also think it's the one time we get to go back to the Two Rivers, and I think that's so important to the series because the Two Rivers, it's almost like its own character, and Tam is there, and that's why all these characters are able to be so grounded, and that stays with them throughout the series. And it's awesome that we get Perrin's eyes going back to the Two Rivers and seeing it, through the eyes of experience, seeing how small it is, also seeing how he's changed and their perception of him and his growth. And I think it's just, I don't know, it's so heartwarming. I love that. I love homecoming scenes in books. I'm a sucker for them. And I think, this is like ideal Perrin in the Wheel of Time is his Two Rivers arc. And it's really awesome that he's able to go back to the Two Rivers.
Yeah, and it's also the section where he marries Fail, and it's really like the healthiest portion of their relationship. It's when you really see like the best potential of what this and the start of when they get picked up again. I forget if it's the next book or the book after that, but like them in the Two Rivers is really like the maximum potential they have. Like, she's an excellent, competent co-leader. She's pushing him into all these things, and she really does a good job of downscaling to deal with village life and yet also helping them upgrade. So it's a good book to go back to and be like, even when Fael's being a total bitch and is being a real problem, like, this is also possible with them. This book really shows how great they can be together.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, I can't believe I forgot that because I actually included their vows into my own wedding vows 3 weeks ago.
Oh my gosh.
Tell us about it.
I took out the axe part, and I took out the "I'll love you after I die" because it's really morbid and kind of contradicts the legal marriage vows and religious ones. But I also spliced it together with like some more modern aspects. But yeah, I love that scene. I think it's beautiful, and like you're saying, it's the perfect representation of their relationship at its healthiest. And I'm pretty team Fail. For the most part, they're both kind of dumb, but they actually talk to each other. And I love that scene where, she's telling him, about her backstory, and he's telling her about, his wolf brothers. And it's perfect because it's one of the few times characters are actually frank with each other.
Yeah.
It's refreshing.
It is.
After all of that bullshit between the two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was, yeah. Mm-hmm. And she does a damn better job of downscaling her lifestyle than he does upscaling his.
Yeah.
Takes him how long?
The entire
15 minutes.
As just a surface level observation, of course. Yeah, I was really stoked. Yeah, it's so cool that you were able to weave those into your own life, Kelsey. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what's our next topic?
No, there's just so much that we could go into, and I'm like, where do we go next?
Like, I don't have notes. I'm just here to get prompted and to flap my lips. Like, that's all I'm here for.
Well, I've got a topic that'll help you flap your lips. Do you want to talk about some of the, how do I be sensitive about this, the corrections that we've noticed from the last couple of episodes, Aurelia? Something you want to talk about?
Yeah, so this is entirely me owning up to my own mistake, but a while back, I was really excited to give the geological definition of a moraine to the audience, and I typed out half of it and hit enter, and Seth read that into the recording, and so it's wrong. I told you guys, everyone collectively through Seth, that a moraine is a lake formed by a glacier. This is wrong. Please scrub this fact from your minds. That is not the definition of a moraine. A moraine is the pile of sediment, rocks, dust, all of that gets scraped off of the valley floor and the mountain walls and pushed ahead of the glacier and ends up building what becomes dams that hold back lakes. Later, once the glacier has melted, there's this big snowplow pile of debris. That is a moraine, not the lake behind it or whatever is behind it. You can have medial moraines that are in the middle. You can have them on the side called lateral moraines, or they can be terminal moraines at the end. But I just wanted to make it very clear that moraine is a pile of unconsolidated ice-shoved rubble, not a lake.
I'm sure she would appreciate to know that.
Honestly, I think it's a better analogy for her, just being I will just take whatever. I am literally everything, not eroded, not rounded, not sorted, just literally the shit of mountains, and I can hold back lakes and stuff. So
I like it.
That was a very important thing for me to get out there. So thank you for helping me make that correction.
all good. The record is now corrected. I was also sort of referring to there's been some chatter as well about for this particular book about Egwene's training.
Oh yeah.
Just did you want to take that one?
Well, just that it's easy to think that she got trained by all the populations of channelers. She was never trained by the Windfinders, ever. She never had any contact with the Windfinders. And I remember that was one of the very first things that Seth and Patrick ever said on one of the world building podcasts, episodes at the very beginning, that made me yell at my computer and be I need to get on this podcast and correct these guys because they clearly need me. That it came up again recently where they were talking about how she got trained by all of them, and she didn't. She got the benefit of Elaine having trained with them, and Elaine came back and tried to teach her a bit, but that was an afternoon or something. That is not nearly on the level of what she got from the Aiel, for example, or even what she got from the Shanchan.
Does she learn how to, manipulate the weather through the Aiel? Because in the Fires of Heaven, where she and Avienda start they build a storm and start bringing lightning down. Is that her, or is she the one that's exploding the Earth?
I think that they take over the storm and they tag team the storm.
Yes. Yeah.
They do. That's a
So
really
I'm wondering
cool
if
scene.
she still got the benefit of learning how to manipulate the weather, just not necessarily from the sea folk, but from the
I don't know that the Aiel ever show any propensity for weather manipulation at all. I think that I don't know where she got that from, but it's before Elaine comes back to her with lessons from the sea folk. So maybe it's just like because it's kind of like something that even the Aes Sedai like have a hint of how to do that, and like, I mean, it's just stirring up thunder and lightning.
Yeah, it made me wonder though, because it does mention how a big focus of her learning from the Aiel is how to become a dream walker. And they do mention all the time that not many of the wise ones have the ability to channel. So I was just curious about that particular scene. Like, she definitely learns how to manipulate the weather on quite I would imagine a whole storm over a city. It's quite a large scale for somebody who's never had formal training in. Yeah.
We do see like Varen and Moraine both do weather things in preceding books.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. And I want to say that later on, the wise ones end up following Perrin around, end up doing similar kind of things. Like, they won't participate in the fighting directly. Is that right? This is like much later on when he's, after Fael is taken and things, and he's making relationships with the Sean-Chan and things.
I don't think they do weather then. Okay. We also know in book 2 we see them using the winds to get the Amerlin's caravan gets up the river and down the river again using the wind. So we know that the Aes Sedai have some sense of how weather works. They just don't have it on the scale that the sea folk do.
Yeah, exactly. So, like Elaine was describing, wrist-thick waves of air changing the currents and then the water by the sea folk. I mean, I think it is implied that it sort of all happens off screen, but it's the same kind of channeling lessons that Avienda receives. Egwene sort of gets a little bit of that as well, even though at the time they believe her to be full Aes Sedai. And you're right in saying that she is there primarily to be trained as a Dreamwalker. But I always read that as sort of that they were still sort of in class together, so to speak, and still learning the Aiel way of channeling and learning to channel. But we just don't see it. That was always my understanding of the way that particular scene that you're talking about, Nick, came about. So
I'm nodding.
I don't know. But she's also a really quick learner.
Well, they all are.
So even if Avienda was taught that, and Egwene wasn't formally taught that, as soon as she saw her doing it, she would have picked that up, I'm guessing, pretty quickly. So yeah, that's...
I mean, the Sean-Chan know how to, cause, like, lightning strikes, so it's possible that she, and, we might be going really deep into it, but, she's manipulating the earth and calling lightning strikes. Maybe she's only slightly manipulating the weather with everything else that she's doing. I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing, because we know that Egwene's specialization, to call it that, is in Earth, and that's one of the elements that is trained in particular while she's with the Sean-Chan. And so it's been a little while since I listened to Fires of Heaven, but were they only manipulating the electrical storm, or was she pulling up Earth as well?
That's what I'm trying to remember. I think maybe it was both, because she and Avienda were in that particular scene. They were channeling at the same time, and then I think they ended up, was it Aradia said they were tag teaming, or was it Kelsey that said that? But
yeah, they spell each other.
Yeah.
I don't think they do a lot of earth manipulation in that battle, but again, it's been a long time since I've gone through that.
I think I've just gone my mind has gone straight through to earth manipulation, because when they're making their way back to the tower with Varen and they're confronted by the White Cloaks, and Egwene's first reaction is to explode the ground in front of the White Cloaks.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about PTSD.
Yeah, seriously.
Did you want to mention something, speaking of PTSD, about Julian's honey? Was there a correction there?
Yes.
Yes.
I did.
There is a very big correction there. She does not go straight from being Panarch to being Julian's girlfriend. She gets captured by the freaking Shanshan, turned into Daco Vale, displayed in Amadisia to Queen Morghese as an example of what can happen to a queen who does not bow down to the Shanshan, and is then rescued from Shanshan captivity in Abu Dar when Matt is living in the palace for a long time, and he sees Julian sneaking around and doesn't understand why he's up above stairs even though he was beaten the day before. That's because he's starting to see Thera, as she is then called. So very, very inaccurate to say she goes straight from being Panarch / queen essentially to being Julian's girlfriend. There is a giant amount of identity crisis and PTSD and stuff that's happening there. Seth, you may have done a correction in a later episode, but that episode hasn't been released yet, so I have not heard it. So I'm just going to harsh on you a whole bunch for getting that wrong repeatedly.
Oh, sad face.
I am sorry. I love you. I can't keep up that sort of anger for that long, but it's yelling at my phone sort of situation.
I know. Why do you think we wanted to be on this episode? This is all about picking up all. I'm kidding. This isn't a corrections episode. This is a tangent episode. So, and I think we're fulfilling the tangents aspect pretty well already.
This is just important corrections to be made.
You want us to yell at you? Okay. Well, what else can we yell about? What did you guys think of the Aviendha's? This is relevant to me because I'm a little bit behind on the released episodes. The Aviendha's bracelet theory. What were your thoughts on that? That really stuck with me. So basically, they were saying Rand is in Cold Rock's hold. And he goes and meets with the maidens because he's saying that Aviendha's been really nice to me and I want to say thank you. What have you got for me to purchase from you? I want to acknowledge her kind of efforts and everything.
Is that where they go through the ceremony as well, like that? Or is that later?
With 10,000 cups of tea? Yeah, I believe so. And so anyway, and I forget which the name of the maiden ends up giving him this ivory bracelet. Adeline. Awesome.
Because she gives it to him because she thinks that it's a regard gift. Yeah. Exactly.
And Patrick and Seth were sort of talking about this theory that in the same way that women put a bridal wreath at the feet at the doorstep of the man who they want to marry. This was like an analogy to that, with Rand giving Aviendha a bracelet which was a wreath of rose and thorns, and was kind of implying the same thing. And so I thought that was really cool. And I don't want to rehash the same stuff again because it's already been talked about, but I guess I was curious to see what you guys thought about that, given this opportunity to talk about it.
I loved it. It blew my mind. I'd never put it together, and I sign on 110% to that headcanon.
Mm-hmm. Great. Cool.
Yeah, I'm
thinking
on board.
it through now, I'm definitely on board with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. Because it took me a little while. I was like, just because it is usually the other way around, like gender-wise. I was sort of like, will the IL really see it that way? But yeah, I mean, it just fits too well.
Like, I don't think it's common in their ritual, but I think that the fact that he's purchasing this regard gift and it's in the shape of a bridal wreath and the wise ones are trying to get them together, and then of course the maidens love it. Like, I think it all just works out so perfectly, and poor Rand is completely oblivious.
He's just making new traditions and has no idea what he's doing at all.
Are you guys seeing Weaver? Personality.
I mean, it's true, Weaver. It is true. She has a horny personality as well as a thorny personality. This is very true.
The perfect Freudian slip. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
And then it's so perfect because she is so upset by the gift, and he's like, "Fine, I'll take it back and she says, absolutely not. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. So much about their early courtship like frustrates me because there's so much of that like Downton Abbey sort of like, oh, but you said the wrong thing and glanced the wrong way. So like now there's like social reasons why we have to pretend to be together. Like it bothers me, but I also get that Avienda's in like a super, super like tender, conflicted place, like with her entire identity. So it's like, all right, I'll forgive you being a dumb teenager, I guess.
I mean, but that all...
It's
that all changes after they sleep with each other. He's like, okay, we'll get married now. And she's like, no. And then that's it.
I know we're jumping ahead, but like I love how much she teases him after that. She's just like, I'm just going to hang around and, I'm naked over here.
And she makes
comfortable about that.
And she makes the point of just checking him out as he's getting dressed just every time, and he's still so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I think Aradia that it works because I get what you're saying, but I think it works because of their personalities and their upbringing, because it's so completely different, and she's got this massive stubborn strength that I would argue is even worse than his. So it's really not so much that they're like being polite, it's that they're so freaking stubborn and Rand is clueless and she's upset, and it causes this weird mess.
Yeah, for sure. And a big part of her final conclusion coming into being a wise one and even going through the sister ceremony with Elaine is learning to not think so much about what other people think of her and not let other people's opinions drive her decisions. So it really fits for setting her up as that character in these scenes. Like it totally works. It just makes me want to throttle her.
I like that. I like that. And, when you look at her whole story arc, you're right, she has to learn to let go out of some of that pride. And it's, in the way these books are written, it's never an accident when certain phrases are repeated over and over again. And you talk about the almost like the overpride of the maidens in adhering to Je'eto, and she has to learn how to be a little bit more diplomatic and diplomatic and flexible with herself with that, even right up to she takes so long to pass the final accept apprentice test to to tell the other wise ones, I think I'm ready now, because she's like, I'm working hard, I gotta work harder, and they end up, I love, that's jumping way ahead, but I love that. That's one of my favourite scenes with her, and it's cruel to her, but just how it takes her so long, and when they realise, and it's, if memory serves, it's purely through frustration in the end, where she's like, I'm done with you guys, I got stuff to do, I'm basically a wise one now, and they're like, you get it, finally. I love that, and it's just far enough down the series from when Egwene does it, and Egwene does it by accident as well, and they're like, you get it, and she's like, what? Oh yeah, shit, okay, awesome. and actually, like, I didn't note down all of the similarities, but I think it was when I was preparing for the Crystal Pillars episode with Nick that I started to notice a whole lot of parallels between this book and Towers of Midnight. Particularly, and that's probably my second favourite book in the series, just in terms of, well, the obvious one is we get two Ruidian scenes in both of them, one through Rand's eyes, obviously going back, and the second one when Abienda goes through and we see the future. And there's some other little things that I should have noted down, but have you guys noticed any parallels like that yourselves between this book and others, or others in the series, and in terms of maybe repeated, if I say repeated themes, that's probably a little bit too vague, but anything like that? Do you know what I'm saying? Am I just not making any sense?
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm only halfway through my second read through, so I think it would take me a bit longer to get there. I still think of this book as how, different it is to the first three, rather than thinking of in similarities to any of the others.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, though, because there are a lot of parallels in the Wheel of Time. RJ loves them, but that's definitely something I'm going to look for on my next read through.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought of that particularly before. Like, I mean, they're just all this big slurry to me. Like, I don't really see the books as separate.
There's also some of that.
But no, that's a really interesting point. And definitely, like, in this hindsight, you can see, like, so many of those conclusions that we get in the last 4 books are being very, very clearly set up in this book. So it's definitely something to look out for and pay attention to. Like, how does this mirror the end of this struggle for the character? Like, the beginning and the end of that struggle, like, maybe they have a lot of parallels and we just haven't necessarily been noticing because there's, like, 8 books in between.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, that's part of it as well. And there's been a little bit of chatter in the Discord lately, in the Discord server, about character read-throughs. Have you ever done a character read-through?
As an audiobook listener, I can't really, but I am tempted by the idea for sure as I slowly accumulate my paperbacks.
Like just their POV?
Yeah. You can use like Tavalin Library website with all the chapter summaries. It tells you the point of view of that chapter and the characters in that chapter. And I'm sure there's a better resource for this particular purpose. But yeah, you can go through and read through all of Perrin, for instance, all of Fail, all of Rand is probably most of the series, certainly most of the book anyway. All of Egwene.
I like that idea, but I guess it's hard for me to really think about it in terms of just separating the characters because, I mean, particularly for Rand, and especially in this book, and he's talking about, you know, he's starting to think about each of the other characters and how he's going to use them. But if you actually really think about how that is, they influence each other so much, and he has to learn a lot from the other characters, and it's interesting having those contrasting perceptions and being able to read them side by side rather than individually. So I don't know, it'd be different to read through, like do a character read through. But it would also be, I don't know, it would just be different.
I was going to say I like the idea, but I would never do it. Well, I guess it's more like, I think it'd be cool if you were wanting to like explore some aspects of a character for a given reason. But there's so many, like so many of Rand's moments that I love are through Nynaeve's eyes. And for, just example, and I feel like that you lose all that, and there's no way you would, at that point you might as well just read the whole series as is, if you're like trying to find all those moments. So yeah, like for example, Rand's perspective, getting ahead of myself, when in front of Nynaeve and Lan, when he's like, I love all of you, let's bond. And it's through, I think, Rand's perspective. And I really love how you get Nynaeve's and Lan's reactions at the same time as everyone else's reactions, and it's brilliant and perfect, but you get so much of each of the characters through his eyes in that scene. And that's why I love The Wheel of Time, is you get all those different stories.
Yeah, I love the unreliable narrator thing that RJ just constantly hits you over the head with. It's so much fun.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I think I'm coming back around to the same perspective, like just that whole idea that we see so much from other characters' points of view. I don't think I got to mention this last time, but I really love, and we see a bit of it in this one, I think more so in Fires of Heaven, speaking of the sort of unreliable narrator point of view, when one character sort of talks about something's happening to them and it's like, it's never this hard for characters in stories.
No.
And it's such a fourth wall break, and I love it because it's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
I'm reading a book in a story, as a character in a story. So what's real? I love that. So it's so clever, and that kind of like ties in, as you say, with the expert use of both point of view and dramatic irony, because half the time, like half the characters who should be talking to one another just don't talk to one another. And I know that's something that really frustrates some people. Talk about Moiraine, like just just talk to them. Just tell the boy, like at the beginning of the story, just tell them what's going on, tell them your plans, and I'm sure it'll be fine. They'll trust you. I actually really enjoy that as a plot device because it, you know, as a reader, it sort of propels the story forward, and you're kind of just like, well, how is this going to work out? And I know this information, but the character doesn't. And sort of like another example of that for me is Seb and Bulwer with Perrin, and Perrin kind of figures it out in the end. He's not, and well, Fael knows almost immediately because Fael is perceptive, just knowing that he's a spy, and then, you know, doesn't let that onto Perrin at first. Things like that. I really enjoy that, the way this is written.
And that's what makes read-throughs, second read-throughs, that much more enjoyable, because on the one hand, Moraine not telling them things is absolutely a plot device. On the other hand, when you read New Spring and you read all 15 series and you come back and you learn about Aes Sedai and the entire world that she's in, you know, Kyrian politics, you know, the Black Aja sneaking behind the scenes, you realize, oh man, she has such an ingrained fear that she can't just come out right and say this. But you also understand the Two Rivers perspective, which is people are blunt and straight with you. And it's sadly ironic, but at the same time, it's also a plot device. But it's brilliant because once you learn the backstory, it all makes sense. It's internally consistent. Each of the characters'
Absolutely.
behaviors, and I think that's just what's so satisfying in general about the series, and what can be, you know, not satisfying about different fantasy series that kind of go haywire is that the characters are not acting internally consistent. And I think we see that throughout. Not always, but almost consistently. There's always a reason why the characters are doing a specific thing while they're doing. Like, you don't have to like it, but it's very much, you know, who they are.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think is really valuable about the slog, is that it's books on books on books of giving you an exploration into how the characters see the world. And like, on the one hand, they're not really doing a lot, but on the other hand, you're getting so much more of an idea of why they do what they do. And that really comes in handy on your, you know, 10th plus reread. You're like, why did you say that one thing? Oh, wait, yeah, right, okay. I don't know. It helps, I think. Makes the slog less sloggy once you realize that that's really the point.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Except for Gawain, as Weaver says, because Gawain doesn't have reasons. Gawain just has impulses.
I would say he probably is the most inconsistent character. Well, yeah.
I know everyone, the more and more that I read into Gawain, the more and more I just continue thinking about him, that just the way that he's explained in my mind is Jordan just changed his mind halfway through. That's the only way I can explain him now and not get mad about it.
I think that there's definitely justifications for a lot of what he does, but it's so extreme that it's to the point that, yeah, there's definitely some, like, you know, writing issues with him, albeit like it's not, I don't consider it to be major, but killing warders is pretty extreme, and then changing your mind about which side you're on, like that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that happens in this book. This book is the beginning of Gawain's character arc going in directions that literally nobody wants them to go in. Like, I just listened to the spoilers episode going over that chapter like yesterday, and it's just like, oh man, like if he hadn't, everything would have been different. If Gawain had made a different choice that day, everything would have been different. This is the beginning of Angui, as we have done.
We have. Yeah, I don't know. I whenever there's any kind of inkling of a plot hole or writing issue, I straight away want to find some way of filling that and saying, no. Robert Jordan had a plan. He had a plan for all these characters. Surely, like, he did not make any mistakes as far as I'm concerned. Yes, my head may be deeply in the sand on that, but fine. And so I don't know, it was a little while before. I know the guys talked about this in terms of compulsion on Gawain, or I was wondering, I think it was a little while ago before my second proper read through, and I wasn't thinking about the water slaying scene in this book. I was more sort of thinking about later on whether or not he has any interactions with Padan Fane and he gets any of that taint. But I kind of fall on the side that maybe he was unduly influenced a little bit. But as some of the chatter in the theories channel has sort of discussed, some people seem to think that is a little bit too easy of an explanation, if an explanation exists, and that it's more of an issue of him having to choose his identity for the first time and having a real actual crisis and just freezing up and maybe making the wrong choice at that time, and then through this unreasonable sense of duty, unhealthy sense of duty, just following that through to the nth degree and saying I made my choice. And then, as we know later on in the series, that constantly eats away at him, and he still can't. He doesn't. I mean, obviously, like the whole thing with Egwene is maybe a slightly different thing, but that's where I fall on that particular issue with Gawain. And maybe this is a good segue to jump into a bit more of a discussion about what you guys think of the identity arcs in this story, in this book.
Yeah. Well, just quickly, I did want to bring it back to the point of view discussion that we were having before, and it does tie into this whole identity arc. But I think for the first time in this book, we're not having chapters or clearly defined sections within a chapter where it's coming strictly from one character's point of view, and he's starting to change his writing style in that it's changing point of view from the characters, like within a chapter or within a paragraph, and it's just, I feel like that's so different to how he writes the first three books, but it's also perfectly timed because it's refreshing. This is the longest book compared to the first three, but also it's suitable for where the characters are with their development in terms of their identity. So being able to see different points of view and how they shift and change between each of the characters.
Yeah.
That's so meta.
It's very meta, but I like it.
I love it.
Kind of getting back to Gawain and identity and, theories of compulsion. I really like those theories in general because I think that it can explain a lot of what is happening. In regards to Gawain, I think I disagree on that because I think he's more interesting as someone who doesn't know what he's doing. And he does have an identity crisis in this book because he's always been, like second tier to the Queen of Andor and also her protector. So he has a position of honor and power, but also he's a little bit, he doesn't really have control over his own life in the same way that like any monarch, I guess, has. And I think his saving grace is that he ends up saving Egwene, and without her, he did make the right choice to protect her while she's in the dream world. And so sometimes, I think that's a brilliant thing that he does because sometimes he is right, but most of the time he's also wrong. And part of that is because while a lot of the other characters are able to find out who they are and act accordingly, he never really gets there. Even when he's Egwene's warder and husband, he doesn't really quite know what that means either. And all the so especially in this book, we see a lot of the characters accept who they are, and at that point, like they're fully committed to that. Even though they have the struggle, they still get there. Like Lan in this book, he's always been, gonna fight the Shadow, die for the Shadow, and be Moraine's warder on this mission. Well, this book, he kind of accepts that that's still his number one, but he also is equally committed to Nynaeve, and he has to deal with that. Like, that's a new aspect of his identity that he didn't have before. And Moraine, in the same way, she has this mission and she has a plan, but the plan's not really always going, according to her vision, and she has to deal with that. And she has to deal with the fact that she is not going to be maybe always in the picture, or that Rand and these boys are even going to listen to her at all, which is, most of the time they don't.
Yeah, I think we see a lot more of, thinking of Moraine in particular, we see a lot more of that understanding settle in for her. But I'm thinking in particular of the way she decides to manage Rand. In the next book, if memory serves, she that's when she has the conversation where she's like, okay, look, shit's about to get really real. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Just don't kick me out.
Yeah.
She's starting to get a little bit desperate with him at that point, because as soon as they leave the waste, she's like, right, like I'm not going to be here for very much longer. I need to talk to you. And I think that's why she kind of pesters him a little bit, or quite a bit, in the way she's like, what are your plans? What are you moving next? Because I need to know so that I can plan, or,
I'm laughing because that's exactly what she did to Rand in the beginning. It's like the tables have turned. You still know a lot more about the world and everything, but I think is that something that we get from Rand's perspective at any point? Any sort of like smug little self-talk where he's like, now I'm going to be the one withholding information from you. How do you like it?
I think he does. Yeah, I think he does. It's so frustrating because I love them both so much, and I'm like, why are you doing this to each other?
Right?
Why are you
they
like
could be
this?
Such excellent, amazing partners making this thing happen, and instead they're just constantly sabotaging each other's visions.
And we don't get that until the final hour.
Yeah.
He does kind of have thoughts, though, I think, later where Moraine's not around, and he's like, oh, Moraine's advice was actually kind of useful. But, of course, he doesn't tell her that.
Yeah, he comes to realize that her motivations were way more pure and straightforward than, he ever gave her credit for when she was around.
It's actually a really good insight.
On the other hand, if he had been more submissive and took all her advice, then everything would have gone to shit.
Yeah, never would have gone to the waste. Moraine had no freaking plans for the Aiel or the waste or anything.
No. And tying back to identity, that's so important for Rand. I mean, maybe I would argue the most important aspect in his, accomplishment of winning is that he was able to find the Aiel, learn about his history, and accept that he is, their leader and is fulfilling these prophecies, that he is, heir to the Andor throne, but also, descended from the Aiel down from the Age of Legends. At the same time, he learns later, not necessarily in this book, that it doesn't change his relationship with Tam either. He's still 100% Tam's son. He's his father. But it's also important that he accept his biological history. And I think that that's a crucial moment for him, or just path for him in this book, starting in this book.
Yeah, because this is the book where he's really getting his roots super uprooted, because he's being handed this other version of his history that replaces. He knows Tam isn't his father, and so there's this hole, and then this whole Aiel history comes and tries to fill it, and he's struggling with that.
Mm-hmm. And it's all a matter of his perception, because he thinks. It's shocking. It's understandably shocking. He feels like, he's been lied to. And then he accepts that, it doesn't change anything about his life or relationships in the ways that, it matters, but it also, I don't know how to articulate.
It matters and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think he never stops loving Tam as his father, in spite of the new information, and he sort of leaves. He never really gets to have a conversation with him about it until the very end, after he's sort of changed quite a lot. And that's a scene that I I cannot wait for us to
I
be there.
love that scene.
Such a teary scene.
And it's so tumultuous, isn't it? Because, like, they're, you know, Tam meets him and he nearly kills him and then he runs away. And then we've got Veins of Gold, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Tam sort of witnesses the transition between ultimate Darth Rand and the beginning of God Rand. Tam is that catalyst.
And I think it's fitting that he's there as his father at that time, isn't it? Sort of something in there about being a parent and raising, anyway. So I think at the end of this book, I don't think that Rand knows, fully understands his Andoran parentage.
Not at this point.
Because he doesn't
No.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't get that until he talks with Dylan in Camelin, which is after he ousts Rob.
Is that the next book?
So that happens in
Is that book 6?
book 6, Lord of Chaos, I believe. And they have a hilarious conversation about, wait a second, how related are we? Between me and Elaine?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The guys will come to it when they come to it, but that's such a well-balanced scene in terms of some serious information, world-building, history, and humour. All in one scene.
Yeah. Seth is reminding us that also is like that question of how related is he to Avienda?
Oh.
Like, he might be more related to Avienda than he is to Elaine. Like, if you really think about it.
I was listening to that episode when they were recording it or afterwards, and that was like a mind-blowing moment for me. I was like, what?
Totally.
They got the same.
Yeah, I had never thought of that, but with the closed pool of the closed gene pool of the Aiel, that's way more likely than with the Andorran nobility. I have words.
Ugh, don't worry about your words. We know what you mean. But, yeah, I know. I think there's something that we'll just never know the answer to.
They're in different septs, though, right? Do we know what sept his father was in?
I don't know. I'm going to do it. Hold on.
That's probably
keep talking
because let's just go real time follow up. I was going to say to Nick, my copy of The Companion is in the bookshelf in the bedroom.
Oh, yeah, Lewin bought it out for me earlier. Yeah.
Oh, did he? Oh, great, cool.
Yeah. Well, the wiki doesn't have his sept. It just has his.
I'm pretty sure The Companion has both. I don't know from memory.
I don't have my companion with me, and I am ensconced in my closet of cables and
Nicole's
things.
got my copy in front of her, I believe. We have to know the answer. At this point, I'm invested in the answer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it ties with our theme of identity that we're trying to revolve around. Like,
we're trying to make sure they're not first cousins, but if they are, it's still better than them being twins or aunt and nephew. Which is our bar.
no argument there, so...
So, Avienda is Nine Valleys Sept of the Tardad Aiel, and Janduin is a man of the Iron Mountain Sept of the Tardad Aiel. So, same clan, but different septs.
Same clan, different.
Okay, so they're probably not.
There's still a chance, but let's just say for the record that they're definitely not closely related.
I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
Let's hope that Tigraine brought in enough,
genetic.
Yeah. that's my theory. That's how I think about Jon and Daenerys. Like, oh, maybe the Starks brought in enough genetic diversity that it's kind of okay.
Well, she's fine because she was planning on marrying her brother. So this is wow, this is great.
Oh yeah, I never thought that would bother her at all. She's not anyway.
We can't talk about episode
we can't
5.
discuss.
We can't talk about episode 5 yet either because I haven't seen it.
No worries.
I'm not going to get to see it until next week either.
Really?
Actually. Well, no, I know. Oh, unless I can stream it.
What other identities do we want to talk about? Nynaeve. She goes through some stuff.
She is super struggling with the fact that she is no longer the wisdom of Emmons Field and she can't really tell Egwene what to do anymore. All the boys.
Yeah.
Can I just say, I love more and more Nynaeve and Elaine sort of almost like buddy cop kind of thing going on there. Their chemistry's really good. I forgot just how much time they spend together.
I was just saying it's awesome. And they get so mad about it, but they don't realize how well they work together.
And I love how the other characters, like, what's Ileana's name? Doman. Bale Doman. How he's like, wow, you guys did the whole good cop, bad cop thing really well. Like, he thinks that they're working together against him, and it's actually just they're butting heads.
Yes, I love that. I love how they see themselves relative to the men versus how the men see them as a unit.
Absolutely. And they're sort of playing people off one another without really even trying. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's definitely Nynaeve. It comes from a place of feeling like she's in charge of a whole organization, and she has to downsize to just herself, and then struggles really hard to like just work with a few other people who see themselves as equal to her rather than as her like automatic subordinates.
She's juggling so many different hats. Like, she's on the other side of the continent and is still trying to devote 100% of her efforts to protecting Rand and the boys and Egwene, and basically anyone who comes into her fold, which is now Lan and Moiraine, against, you know, what she thinks is her will, and Elaine. And she also is dealing with, you know, her relationship with Lan and the difficulties there. But also there's a lot of growth there too, because she isn't willing to accept, you know, breaking of vows and bonds for them to be together, because that is a core of her identity. Is in spite of all her flaws, she, you know, respects that and respects people for who they are, and she doesn't want that for herself, and she doesn't want that for Lan. And she also, you know, struggles immensely with her pride. Like Avienda, they both are very insecure and care a lot what people think about them, even if they think the opposite is true. And so part of her, you know, struggles with all these things is juggling protecting all these people, becoming an Aes Sedai, going on this mission, fighting the Forsaken, and also learning to just not care what other people think about you, which is very difficult to do if you have that problem to begin with.
Right. So that's a whole part of her transformation. You know, in the beginning, she leaves the two rivers as the wisdom, trying to protect the boys, and that, like you said, that's her mission. And, you know, she decides to become Aes Sedai so that she can learn how to pull down Moiraine, essentially, because she thinks that's how she's going to protect the two rivers folk. But then in this book, she's like that, you know, her reasons are starting to transform, and I think she's really struggling with that, I guess, her purpose, like her own purpose, and she's starting to realise that she wants to become Aes Sedai because she wants to be Aes Sedai, not necessarily just because she wants to be able to, you know, retain her duties as wisdom and self-appointed protector.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Another thing I find really interesting with Nynaeve is, well, really with all of the vast majority of the characters, really, but particularly with Nynaeve, is how she travels the vast majority of the world and doesn't really have a lot of possessions and often has to give them up, which is, I mean, I'm a homebody. I have a whole sewing room full of stuff that I haven't touched in like a year that I'm going to get around to eventually. And just Nynaeve up... I mean, all of them, but particularly Nynaeve, she up and leaves her home and has, you know, the clothes on her back and a backpack full of herbs, and keeps repeatedly losing that, and then accumulates a little more stuff and then has to leave that all behind. And at the same time, she has this really strong sense of who she is and where she came from, and good stout Two Rivers woolens. Like, she hasn't owned a pair of good stout Two Rivers woolens in like years for the majority of the series that we're reading her. She's been divorced of her home and her gear for a couple years, but she retains such a strong sense of identity while also continually turning over her possessions and not really having a home. And I don't know, I really strongly identify my identity with where I live, and it's amazing to me how all these characters, but particularly her, don't do that. They don't have a home, and yet they're very strongly knowing who they are. Absolutely. In some respects.
She's so capable, and that word doesn't even cover what you just so articulately described.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of trying to like...
Well, that aspect of her is so important for Rand later, because I think it's
Absolutely.
in this book where Egwene is reporting back and saying, oh, you know, Rand his ego is inflating, he's got such a big head. They're kind of taking it upon themselves that, okay, we need to remind him who he is and where he is from. And, you know, Nynaeve being so grounded in her own sense of identity, where she comes from, that becomes a very important task for her to, you know, remind Rand of who he is and where he has come from.
She's probably the most values-driven character in the whole series, like notwithstanding, you know, extremists who use like the white cloaks and so on. But when you think about the original characters, sort of our main sort of protagonist of the series, I'd say she changes a lot and she grows up, and her priorities shift in response to, you know, changes in her life. But she's one of the ones that maintains the most core sense of self and who she is, as you say, throughout. And so it's like she goes through all these changes, but maybe she's like one of the least changed overall. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like
she resists change.
She does resist change. I think
like a lot. She changes despite trying not to.
Yeah. I think what I'm kind of like as analogous to is if religion was a bigger part of this series overall, she'd be the one who wouldn't lose faith. And just to put that sort of analogy on top, she'd be the one who'd still remember, like, the old church that we used to go to, and don't forget that, and don't forget who you are. She's the one who maintains the roots the best. Yeah, that's I kind of see her as the cornerstone of the group in that sense. But yeah, I don't think I've got anything more to really add to what you've described apart from that.
I never exactly thought of her as the cornerstone in that terms, but that's absolutely spot on.
And I really like you just sort of mentioning about Avienda. I had not thought of her. They're sort of is calling two characters foils probably the opposite of a foil. They're so similar in that. Like, I never thought of that before. At some of the early scenes where they're sort of interacting when they're still in Tyr, when Egwene, Elaine and Nynaeve are interviewing Amako and Joya, and Avienda's in the room, and there's sort of a little bit of, the way I remember that scene is there's a little bit of tension almost between Nynaeve and Avienda. They're sort of like two strange cats, but if you think about it through this discussion, they're just so similar. Yeah, anyway, so that's interesting.
I had never thought of that, but you're right. They are very similar characters, and they don't really interact a whole lot either, which I think maybe is part of why it's hard to see that.
I think that's one of the very few scenes we see them in together. I had to think as well. So,
and at the very end, when she is trying to figure out what's going on after Rand's not death, and she confronts Avienda, and there's still that tension there.
Right, yeah, for sure. So there you go. What about Elaine, her story arc and her identity through this book, if we're going to go through some of the major characters?
Well, I think that tied in with Tom, and also comparing herself to her mother quite a lot.
Yeah,
seriously,
I didn't even think about that, but it's right there in the text.
Yeah.
And learning never to trust a pretty boy filling up your mind.
Right.
Life lesson learned.
And she's been pretty sheltered, so I think that she got to go to the White Tower, but you know, the White Tower, you're constantly, you know, under the eye of the Mistress of Novices and other Aes Sedai. And now she's been released. She doesn't have Gawain looking over her back. She doesn't have Galad looking over her back. She's finally learning how to be an adult. And I think she does pretty well. You know, the criticisms against her, I think, can be harsh. Sometimes they're fair, but I think that she's still a teenager and she's been pretty sheltered. And she's incredibly generous. And I think that is, you know, awesome. And she's able to compromise, and she's, you know, learning how to interact with people not as a queen, but as, you know, just a human being, because she can't, you know, always be pretending to be an Aes Sedai when they're on these, you know, trips. They're kind of undercover.
I think, I'm thinking in particular about her interaction with Nynaeve. And so in previous book, we saw her moving more into that mediator role between Elaine and Nynaeve when they weren't talking. And then in this one, we see her more of that, but also her growing out of the daughter heir phase, that teenage sort of phase and growing up, as you say. And what sticks with me, and this was, as a side note, another kind of mind-blown moment for me, albeit a while back, when they're in Tanchico and they have the veils over their mouths, and the one who's got her nose in the air, and that's why she gets it in her mouth.
It's awesome.
Spot freaking on. And then I think, like, again, that describing that isn't an accident in the writing either. Like, that's very much there on purpose.
Yeah.
And I think so we can see that's like a marker point in the story. Like, okay, she's still like arrogant without confidence and authority at that point. That obviously she grows more and more into that beyond this particular book, when, you know, through the succession and all of that, she grows into that authority. But at this point, she's still very, probably more immature, entitled. And just thinking that even when we think about when they were in Tanchico and being followed, she thought that the men that were after them were trying to get her because she was the daughter heir of Andor.
Yeah.
Not because it was actually Nynaeve, and it was because Nynaeve looked like the Suldam. Like, so I think we see a lot of her growing up. I don't think she realizes those mistakes at the time, or maybe she looks back afterwards and realizes then. But I think she's still very much a child in this particular part of the story.
I agree with that, because it definitely, like, she goes to the tower, like, she's definitely like a child when she goes to the tower, and she's supposed to set her rank aside, but, like, I mean, it's really hard, right? Because everyone's like, oh, remember to not treat her like the daughter heir. And that's like the don't think about elephants line from Inception, you know? Like, all you can do is be like, remember to treat her like not the daughter heir of Andor. But yeah, she goes out into this story. I mean, even more than when they went out to Falma. Like, this is really when she starts having to deal with the world as a woman, as an individual, not as someone with a system behind her. I mean, she's got Nynaeve, but, like, she has a much more ambiguous mission. The stakes are much higher, and there's no sense of anyone ever coming to rescue them. So she has to really, really grow up a lot and come into her identity as, you're a woman who happened to be born into power. Like, that is a incidental detail compared to the fact that you're being attacked by a gang of men with knives right now.
As a side note to that as well, in terms of her naivety, and I think this is mostly from Nynaeve's point of view, and at this point in the story, Elaine is still trusting of the White Tower and very much sees it as, well, they're the authority in the world, and we're enrolled in that, and we're part of that, and why would they be doing anything wrong? Like, why would they have ulterior motives and then whatnot? And meanwhile, we see this from Nynaeve's point of view, and Nynaeve's like, girl,
open your eyes.
You gotta open, you know, you'll learn, because we know obviously Nynaeve's been skeptical of the tower via Moiraine from the very beginning and all of that. So I think she gets through that a little bit after this, so that she's still at that phase of the story as well, that trusting the institution of the White Tower almost blindly still. So
I just had a little side thought. It's not at all deep, but I wonder if she knows that her mother once a month or something like that just disguises herself and walks through the city and interacts with the people.
I doubt it very much.
Because this is, I guess, Elaine's version of that, just all in one hit.
I never thought of that, but that's totally right. She's getting that experience via very different means.
Yeah.
But totally. and without even meaning to. I like that. Nice catch.
Yeah, this is like, it's like this is actually the best way to train accepted. actually put them into the world.
Yeah. I would love to see, that scheme that Egwene comes up with at the end for having the apprentices of the various channeling societies move. I so wish that we could see how that plays out, because that would clearly make a way less arrogant, more accessible channeling society in all three societies.
It's sad how useless the Aes Sedai have become. And, of course, it's like the Black Aja is always behind the scenes, but they should be like, it means servant, right? In the old tongue, something like that. Yeah. And they're not doing
servant
that at all. There's no articles being made by the Brown Aja that are public access. Like, people aren't going out and giving healing, no help with crops, no help with droughts.
Yeah, no help with fighting the blight. Like, yeah.
I've been reading too many organizational books and stuff, but it's like, so I apologize for the language, but it's like they're operating from a position of scarcity, and rather than going out into the world, they're sort of like, no, we need to reel it back. We need to protect what we have. We need to, but obviously, as you say, that's influenced by Ishi and the Black Aja and all of that kind of stuff. But that's definitely, I kind of like that reading of it.
Yeah, their institution is not resilient at all.
Not at all. It's white-handed from the inside.
Good thing that, like, basically everyone has magic powers in the small villages.
Oh God, I know exactly. I'm just aware we've dwelt a lot on some of the major female characters. A little bit about Perrin as well. So far, do we want to move on to talk? Like, I'm really interested in this discussion about identity and development through this book in particular. Do we want to dive into, like, Matt, for instance, or some of the other? Yeah.
Let's do it.
Oh, Matt. Yeah, I definitely feel that, Matt, his plot is starting to be featured a fair bit more in this book as well, particularly with the doorway. And his biggest identity, theme that he has to deal with is his fractured memories that he comes through after the doorway.
I think one of Matt's biggest advantages is that a lot of the times he just doesn't give a fuck about anything. And, he does a little bit. He gives a little fuck. But, like, Perrin cares like so much about everything, almost too much, whereas Matt, he is able to have less of these crises because
I completely agree.
He just doesn't spend time thinking about it, and he's like, you know what, I really like battles. I guess I'm a gambler now. I guess I have this army following me. I guess I have these memories, bloody Aes Sedai. Ugh, you can't just, a guy can't live. And I don't think that, like, I still think he has a firm foundation from his Two Rivers upbringing, but out of all the core characters, he never pines for the Two Rivers once. Like, I don't think he's ever considered going back. He is 100% just moving through life. And
totally.
I think it's one of his best advantages because he's always diving in and doing the right thing, but he's not worried about it at all.
Yeah, I mean, out of the three of the boys, where, Perrin and Rand are still really struggling with the loss, not loss, but more of a change from who they are or leaving the Two Rivers. He's like, do you know what? I'm going to be a gambler. I like women. Like, I just want a tavern with, like, good wine and gambling and a pretty girl with some pretty eyes. And it's so opposite to what he is supposed to do, and he keeps pushing for that, and he's the only one out of them that consciously makes a decision that this is what I want, even though he doesn't quite get to maintain that throughout.
Matt just wants to have fun.
Right.
Thank you. I really needed an earworm.
Matt wants to have fun.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, I was gonna, listening to what you guys are saying, and I completely agree. It's like the less fucks that Matt gives, the better his life turns out, basically. And I think that people have a lot of criticism for Matt, and I completely hear that and understand it, particularly around, his treatment of barmaids, so to speak, and their eyes. Take that, literally or otherwise. But yeah, I think that he does struggle with a lot of new information in this particular book, and it's his, I don't want to say fate because that's too like on the nose, but definitely once he leans into it, particularly given his innate luck, the penny polish luck, and going through the doorway, both doorways, with his answers and his memories, he just is sort of on a track down a particular road, and he gets frustrated. We see him get frustrated with his inability to avoid that. But yeah, it comes back around to, if I don't give, like, it actually suits his personality, I think is what I'm trying to say in the end, because he doesn't really have to do anything. It just sort of all happens to him.
Yeah, I think it's almost like he really internalizes the lesson of like surrender in order to control. Because, like, I mean, he fights his destiny a lot, but the lack of giving fucks, I mean, that's just him being like, this is what it is, and I'm just going to roll with it. And I think in many respects, he figures out how to be ta'veren effectively before the other two guys, even though he denies it really hard. Like, I don't know, but...
I don't know, because Rand does say, like, he kind of figures out that, all right, cool, I'm ta'veren. Like, he kind of figures out, I think in this book, that instead of trying to fight being ta'veren, because you're just going to get forced where you want to go, if you want to have any kind of control in your own life, then you kind of go with it, and then that way you get to make your own decisions. But as long as you're kind of heading in that same direction as your ta'veren pulling, that it's like the only way you can kind of gain some control of your own life. Whereas Matt is constantly fighting, this ta'veren pull, and he just he's constantly thinking about wanting to leave, wanting to leave, and he keeps getting forced back. So he doesn't, I think it takes him a bit longer.
Here's the thing though, is that just him being an unreliable narrator of himself, or is he actually fighting it?
Well, I was thinking that more in, like, that comes from Rand's perspective rather than Matt's. Like, I think Rand consciously realizes that before Matt does.
Yeah, I definitely think it's an unconscious acceptance on Matt's part, like an unconscious mastery. I don't think he ever realizes it, but I think the fact that he just has so few fucks to give, and he holds on to what he thinks he should be doing a lot less assiduously than the others. But the thing I really like about Matt in this book is this is like the conclusion of creating the final Matt that we really see for the rest of the series, because this is the end of his dagger doorway pattern. This is the beginning of him having all the things taken away and all the things added back in that really allow him to start evolving. Because I feel like in a lot of ways, we don't really see Matt until this book.
I agree.
He's totally this obfuscated, background. He comes up to create problems now and then fades away. And it's just like our comic relief sort of character who like gives us these like world building. Oh yeah, there's lots of bars with barmaids and you can just flip them coins for their eyes and like all of that. And then this book, it's like, oh shit, he's really, really, really gonna matter at some point. Like this guy is gonna save the world at least once or twice, because like he's now been through both these doorways, and the second doorway really resolves so many of the hanging issues we get. Unintentional pun. Hanging issues that we get from the dagger, eating away at his memories. And you're like, how are we going to have a complete character if he has all these holes? And he doesn't anymore because of the story. It's not the way he asked for it, but like still.
It's basically Matt's second book, because he really, as has been mentioned in previous episodes, Matt's first scene, quote unquote, is his fight in book 3 with the Galad and Gawain. And then finally Matt is like becoming a character in book 4. And really, it's where I started to like Matt. You know, I didn't like Matt a lot in the first few books, and, you know, it's because he's under the influence of the dagger. He's not really doing much of what the other characters are doing. And then later on, like book 10 is when I start to absolutely adore him. But book 4 is when he is becoming a character. So it's not so much as like he's forming his identity as much as he's actually on screen now becoming.
Yeah, we begin to see his final
hero.
form, and he gets his hat
And the hat.
Although,
Yeah.
oh yeah, the hat. Although I will say him blowing the horn in book 2 is one of my favorite Matt moments.
again. That was
so
like
I can't
an
say
accident,
that he
pretty
doesn't
much,
do
wasn't it? He
anything
was just like
until later.
fell into it.
It was. It's so Matt. He's like, I'm gonna touch this thing.
Who said don't touch the red button? And I just, it was, as you were sort of talking about, particularly learning to let go the most for mastery. It's like, I wonder, he probably would have been a really good channeler of sighting. Of Sighting, sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
No, as in the female.
Oh, gotcha.
In an alternate world. I mean, and yeah, I was about to say,
Don't
Yeah,
tell
he would
him
hate that. But
putting aside all of his inherent biases, yeah, just that whole idea, like, just let it go. And I love when he realizes what's going on. And it's in the next book. One of my upcoming favourite scenes with him is when Rand manipulates him to validate the battle plan for Carrion.
oh, yeah.
It's
I love that.
Where he sends Lan in to just have like a
and then
Yeah.
he comes in afterwards. He's like, "What did he say?" Okay, yeah, all right, we're on the right track. When because Rand is
Yeah.
obviously
Quality control. Does Matt approve? All right, we're good.
And I think at that point, like, Rand has figured out how the Taviran pulling is work. So he's like, sure, Matt, go. See ya. I'll see you tomorrow.
you'll be back. You'll be back when I need you. And like Rand's his Taviran journey is obviously a lot more acute than it was for Perrin and Matt. And I suppose if we're going to talk about the Taviran stuff, Bubbles of Evil at the beginning is like that's like them synchronizing almost at the beginning.
One of my
like
favorite things.
it's like, you know, obviously that only happened to them. It's sort of like when as a reader you're sort of like being told explicitly all these guys are connected. We kind of could tell already, but yeah. So I know you wanted to talk about that, Nick. What do you reckon?
Well, yeah, I mean, Matt's bubble of evil, and we get to meet the future, is it generals of the Band of the Red Hand?
Which blew my mind when the guys listed them off. What?
No.
That was a cool detail.
The bubbles of evil are definitely some of my favourite scenes from the entire
There's some really great artwork of, I forget who it's from, the playing cards and the Umberland jumping out of the playing card, and Matt is sort of like up against the wall, like freaking out. It's really, really cool.
Is that the one that was in the video that John made?
Yeah,
Where he's like stumbling back. Yeah, with the quote, "You're just stupid enough to do that,"
so.
which like arguably isn't a quote from that scene, but whatever. It's amazing art. Like, yeah, I love that particular piece because I hadn't seen it before. He made that video and I was just like, what? Someone painted that moment? It's one of the best moments ever.
We can, I might drop it in the chat afterwards, but yeah, it just really well articulates like the emotion and like it's a horrific scene. I think particularly in like a reread and like multiple rereads, you can kind of almost gloss over how it would have felt, and like, you know, paying more attention to how it progresses the storyline, but it would have been absolutely terrifying with all three of them. I love the way that it's written in terms of the cock crowing. You know, it's syncing up all the timelines.
Oh, that's a slightly different art piece than got used in the video.
That's a different one.
I hadn't seen this one. This one's even cooler. God damn it. Yeah. This is amazing. I love the blood on the knife. That's like super cool.
That's from his hand,
She stabs his hand as she's really tiny, and then she's growing as he throws the knife to get through her.
I just love in each of these scenes how, you know, you're actually getting quite a lot of like information drop from these scenes as well, like the grounding and realizing that you have to be able to ground them to kind of like dissolve them, or to these give me shivers.
And this is the first time, like, we get used to the idea of bubbles of evil, but this is the first time that it happens in the series. It's the first time that you realize that the Dark Lord can literally warp reality in ways that are totally inconsistent with anything else that happens. Even like bubble to bubble, they're not the same. Like, there's themes, but it's like, no, reality can just warp any old way. Like, there are no rules for this. And this is the first time we see that, and the first time the boys realize that, and that's like, wait, what?
It's terrifying.
Absolutely. It sort of ties in so well. We're kind of going back to our earlier discussion about why we like this book and how everything, the next phase of the stories is really kicked off with. Yeah,
that's a major strap-in scene.
Absolutely.
Like, what? This is going to happen for the rest of the series?
Yeah, exactly. And just thinking about like the shadow is rising, like more of this bad stuff is going to be happening. Reality is unraveling consistently now, and we really got to do something about it. And you think about it like that, it's really no wonder that Rand feels like that he's in such a hurry to get everything done, and to, when we think about his planning and sort of like his hectic nature, almost, to begin implementing his plans to find it the quickest way possible to get from Tyr to Ruidian, when he's waiting for Moraine to come back, and he's just like counting the seconds, and he's like, come on. I always kind of thought that it was kind of ironic that that there's such a focus, in particularly by Rand in this book, in Ruidian, there's such a focus on time slipping through his fingers, when this whole series is about time. I don't really know where else I want to go with that statement, apart from like, that always seemed really ironic to me. It's like, we're running out of time. Time is circular. What? Okay. Like, so I don't know. Do you guys want to talk about Rand, or is that too much to? Oh, sorry. Go on.
Nah. I think we should at least touch on supposed protagonists of this entire series while we talk about identity. For sure, because he goes through a lot in this book, like a lot of important turning points that end up really setting his path for the next several books, really.
And his bubble of evil is really, really important. And because in his bubble of evil, he enters the cave on Dagobah, right? And this is really like the start of his identity theme for this book as well. Yeah, it is. He's battling himself, which is something that, it's a line that's actually repeated throughout this whole book, is he's at contrast of who he is and who he must be. And it's in this book where, okay, cool, he's born to be and prophesied to be the dragon reborn, but he's also trying to make decisions where he's going out and training, and you really get to see him develop into the man that he's going to be, and he's still questioning that a lot in this book. And I know Seth, this is one of his favorite lines is from the end of that bubble of evil is, for now he wanted to sit and remember a shepherd named Rand al'Thor. And that is, I would have to say, is my favorite sentence, if you can have a favorite sentence.
I mean, there are a lot.
Yeah, that is my favorite sentence from the entire series. And from that point forward, every time I read a Rand chapter, I have that going over and over in the back of my mind. And then, this is such a strong theme, and it's such an important sentence for Rand, if not for this book, for the rest of the series.
It's so sad.
Yeah, because he sets it aside. That's like the last time that he embraces remembering who he was, and after that he's just fighting the memory of who he was. And it totally lurks in the back of my head constantly too. It's just like, why can't you remember the shepherd named Rand al'Thor?
It makes me like, you just reading it outsourced, and I had that sort of heart-wrenching feeling every single time. It's just like his journey is so dramatic.
I think this line is also the reason why I struggled to start a reread of the series, because every time I picked up eye of the world, and we open up and Rand's like just this innocent little farm boy, and I couldn't do it. I'd start crying, like, nah, I can't do it. And it took me so long to properly start a reread. You know, this podcast really encouraged me to do it. I think without this podcast, I never would have been able to get past that whole...
I feel that so strongly. I mean, obviously I've done a million reads, but yeah, opening up chapter 1 is just such a gut punch every fucking time. So I've done it so many times. It never gets easier.
And it's so funny because when you first pick up the series, those are hard chapters to get through because nothing happens. And then when you reread it, you're like, every dialogue with Tam, you're like, oh my God, Tam, I love you, Rand. Oh, here's Matt. He's trying to catch a badger. And it's such a contrast to the first time you read it. And I got my coworker into it, and he, you know, is having a hard time getting through those first chapters because it is, you know, without context, it is a little boring. You're just in a farm. You don't really care too much about walking down the road. And when you have like all of Rand's backstory, it's emotionally powerful seeing him again as just a shepherd.
It's like RJ wrote it to be repeatedly read over and over again and was like, you'll thank me later.
I 100% agree. I remember reading, when I was reading it for the first time, I was like, I need to do this again. Like, I was just like, I know I'm missing things, and I know that this is like almost like a surface level read. The second one will be deeper, the third one, and then obviously this podcast, I was like, well, and I feel like I jumped right as deep as you can possibly go with all of these analyses. But yeah, completely agree.
Should we maybe briefly go through that final prophecy and then call it a night?
Yeah, unless there's anything else on anyone's notes that we need to get through. But yeah, I think starting to point sort of in the direction of wrapping up might be wise.
The ending prophecy, maybe I'll just read it.
Yeah, do it.
And when the blood was sprinkled on ground where nothing could grow, the children of the dragon did spring up, the people of the dragon, armed to dance with death. And he did call them forth from the wasted lands, and they did shake the world with battle. From The Wheel of Time by Suleiman Sabagad, chief historian at the Court of the Sun, the Fourth Age. The end of the fourth book of The Wheel of Time.
Is it really from a document called The Wheel of Time?
I never noticed that before. It does. It says that.
What?
So
I wonder if that's something that was corrected later, because I swear that's not how it goes in the audiobooks. But now I need
That's what it says. That's what it says.
I mean, I believe you. I just wonder if that was something that got changed or if I just missed it this entire time.
Maybe you need to hear it with an Australian accent.
That's probably it. That's probably actually it.
You're lucky that I haven't been influenced by the local accent. I don't think I'd be completely ununderstandable. so just something I noticed straight away is the opening prophecy is the third age, and this one's the fourth age. A little quick straw poll on which fourth age are we referring to?
I'm assuming the one after the series ends, because, you know, they say by the time the next age comes, you know, everything has been lost to myth and legend and mystery. I think that the past fourth age would be way too far.
It's pretty on the nose with the People of the Dragon references.
Is this the first prophecy we see that's from the fourth age?
I don't think so. I feel like
there might be one at the beginning of the first book.
Right. But it is really interesting that it's this book where like a lot of character arcs take off and a lot of identities start to move into new directions, that it would be bracketed by quotes from two different ages. That really is very meta. It meta fits with how we've been doing this tangent episode around identity and transition. Like that fits so perfectly.
It feels right, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, obviously they're talking about the Aiel, just to make that blatantly obvious, and the the battles that are to come and the amount of wars and bloodshed that occur. We see that pretty quickly in Fires of Heaven with the siege on Cairhien. So,
I mean, it starts with him, really marking the end of the Aiel with revealing what he does and creating rain. And I mean, it's a big ending for them. I mean, that's the beginning of a remnant will he save. I mean, that's the beginning of the whittling down that happens for sure. And I wonder also, like it's easy to say, like, oh yeah, people of the dragon, that's the Aiel, but like, how prophecies are like super ambiguous and could be taken like 17 different ways. Mm-hmm. I wonder how much like that also could stand for the entire world, for the fact that he's going to break the world and remake everything. Like, in many ways, the entire population of the world that is affected by the last battle is kind of like the children of the dragon. Like, they get swept up in his struggle and popped out the other side with his triumph. Like, I don't know where I was going with that, but just it felt very like, how meta can we make it? More meta.
In the vein of being meta, like, I would just sort of, I really like the concept of shadow, obviously the title of this book, and the idea that shadows are obviously a combination of both light and darkness. You can't have a shadow without darkness or without light. Mm-hmm. And so it's sort of like, that's a balance, and that's a core, and balance is the core theme of the series, and the ancient symbol Aes Sedai and all of that. I just sort of was reflecting a little bit on that for this book and for this episode as well. It's a little on the nose, but it's quite meta as well, I think. Concept of shadow.
Yeah, that reminds me of this really cool quote that I think is from Alan Watts. It's kind of long, but the essence of it is, I don't know if anyone out there is going to recognize it, but it's about the fundamental principles of drama. And it basically talks about how, like, a dream or whatever has 4 stages. And the first one is everything is wonderful and awesome and it's great. And that stage lasts a really long time. And then the darkness starts to come up a little bit and things are looking a little unsettled. And then the third phase is the darkness rises up a lot and takes over and becomes the dominant paradigm. And that phase is really short. And then there's this boom and everything blows up. And then there's a waking period. And then the dream starts over. And that's his whole like metaphor about the fundamental principles of drama and change. And I feel like this, I mean, Shadows Rising, it's a very on the nose way of saying, like, this is the part where the dream is starting to get really unsettled, and we're gonna maybe have an overload of darkness before the light can come breaking back through. Well, then I guess we should probably wrap up with yet another shout out to Seth and Patrick for starting this amazing podcast and inviting us to be voices on his podcast repeatedly and letting us take over. And shout outs to the entire community, both everyone who's listening after this is recorded, as well as everyone who showed up and is listening with us right now, because this community really fucking makes this podcast stand out amongst everything else. And I love you ladies. This has been really fun.
Oh yeah, thank you.
So
Thanks. I completely agree, and with everything you just said, and I'm so glad we were able to make this happen.
Seriously, thank you guys so much to everyone, Seth and Patrick, and everyone for joining us live and all your comments. And for all you ladies.
Me too.
Love you guys.
I'm so happy.
Thank you.
Thanks, friends. And we'll do this again sometime.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my God, guys, it's Fires of Heaven next.
Yes.
I can't believe it. It's been 2 years since the podcast came out. Now we're almost halfway through the book.
We didn't even
third.
I want to think about it. Yeah, it's a third. It's fine.
I'm a marine scientist, so I was, working offshore. That's why I didn't speak to you guys all week.
Oh, that's so
it's fair enough.
That was my undergrad, and I really miss it. I don't do anything related to that anymore.
Yeah, it's lots of
Oh,
fun.
was it? That's good. I didn't know that, Kelsey.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. I did, most of my stuff was in the Gulf of Mexico. So
Oh, awesome.
Not as pristine as Western Australia, but
How was your honeymoon, Kelsey?
it was awesome and very tiring. We did the Amalfi Coast, then Rome, then Prague, and then Berlin in 2 weeks.
Awesome.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and it was actually a little bit colder than I was expecting, although I probably didn't do my due diligence. So there wasn't as much, lying in the sun time, but it was still great. And Prague was definitely my favorite. I had never been before, and I definitely want to go back.
Sounds epic.
Did you, which city did you see? Which, Wheel of Time city did you see?
Oh gosh, let's see. Definitely Andor vibes, like the old Europe. But also, one thing that's so cool about Rome and Prague and Berlin is that it's all the architecture spans thousands of years. And so one building will be super creepy Gothic castle, and then you'll have a weird 1960s communist building, and then you'll have a romantic church, and then you'll have a Roman pillar, all in the same view.
Wow. Europe has
does.
weird architecture.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's just, the U.S. in terms of development is so old, or young, not old. So it's really bizarre as an American to see all that stuff. Yeah.
I was about to say that about Australia. Yes, Australia is the same. We span decades, not really, in terms of architecture.
It's God, it's 100 years old. What an
I should
epic
probably
feat.
mention, so this morning, I went down to Mum's kind of I suppose hometown, kind of Bay area, and we had a look at a 19th century bathhouse. And across the road, we've got, I'm pretty sure it's 15th century old Norman castle. And it's all sort of, that town is sort of grown up around it. It's incredible. Yeah. It's also, my geography of this area is a little rusty, but I think across the water and down a little bit is where they do most of the filming for Winterfell.
Oh, cool.
For Game of Thrones. And I'm not going to get a chance to, but I was saying to Mum today, I'd love to find out which coffee shop, and I think it's in a little town called Strangford, if I'm not mistaken, or nearby there, where that coffee cup
That
cup.
It's a prop now. It's a prop.
It's
That's
a character.
not a spoiler. Oh, is it? Then that is not a spoiler. That's just a little Easter egg that people who've seen the episode will know what we're talking about.
I really wish that they had actually come out and said, hey, this is the local coffee shop that, this coffee is from, because could you imagine that coffee shop would be in business for years.
It would.
Yeah, everyone was blaming Starbucks for it, but it's not even.
They're getting all the advertising.
They've apparently done
Yeah,
really
it's not
well.
fair. They don't need it.
I'm so basic. I missed Starbucks desperately in Europe. It's objectively not good coffee, compared to other coffee.
You were drinking proper coffee.
I did have some really good
Italian coffee.
I did have really good Italian coffee. I really like iced coffee, and that's not so much a thing in Europe that I noticed. I mean, I could have gone to a Starbucks in a big city, but I also was I don't want to. That's not, I don't know. It's hard enough to find the tourist sites and navigate the subway.
Fair enough. And I know that particularly in Italy, they've maybe not in Rome in particular, but other parts of Italy, they've got a real focus on local food, local produce, and some towns actively picket against big businesses like McDonald's and Starbucks and things from coming into their towns.
That makes sense.
Maybe that's part of it as well.
Yeah.
That's super cool. I approve of that strongly.
Italy was so wonderful, and Italians are incredibly nice, and everyone there is just so eager to share their culture. And like, I don't speak Italian, but even just, you know, talking to people and attempting words and asking them, hey, what food do you recommend? Any waiter will spend 5 minutes telling you exactly what you should order and, you know, history behind it. So it was really nice.
They're so proud, aren't they?
Yeah.
I've not been to Italy myself. My sister lived there for 3 years and she's going back this year to do some study. So I kind of hear about it secondhand through her. So it's very, very cool.
Man, we want to go to Europe, man.
You're busy enough graduating, aren't you? How's that going for you?
Yeah. I bought my graduation stuff yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that I'd have to work to flunk out at this point. I'm pretty sure I've got enough momentum that if I even half-ass what I'm doing, I will still manage to graduate. So
make sure you get
that's good.
We're rooting for you.
Make sure you get a pack of bobby pins for your gown. Yeah, for your graduation
Bobby
gown.
pins?
I had
For
no
what?
idea how to put mine on, so I just had a pack of bobby pins and
really?
fixed it in place with that.
It's basically like a dry cleaner bag with a zipper up the front. It's not that complicated.
I don't think we had zippers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a zipper. It's just like this black garbage bag with sleeves and embroidery on it. And I had to get like my stole of gratitude that I can like wear through the ceremony and then give to my grandparents that paid for everything the whole way through. Which seems really silly, but like, you know, it's the stole of gratitude, and then they get this little token.
That's not silly.
I don't know. It was $40 if I'm supposed to buy this.
That sounds like less complicated than ours. I swear mine had 3 armholes, a hood that was separate.
I remember
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I kind of just threw it on and pinned it in place, and it worked.
Yeah, and also I'm only getting my bachelor's, so there's no like hood or anything fancy with that. It's just the bachelor's. It's just glorified high school. That's all it is. Which I didn't graduate. I didn't graduate from high school, so I don't really know what I'm talking about.
We don't get gowns for high school.
Oh, I feel like that's what I've seen in like the pictures of my local high schools, but I seriously don't pay that much attention because
I've
I
seen
graduate. I don't care.
Well,
Just part of why I'm going through with this is because it's like I've literally only ever graduated from like
I think you'll enjoy it. Like the gown is unflattering on everyone because it's just like a trash bag. But then everyone looks silly, and then, you know, there's a speech that will hopefully be good, and it's usually really inspiring, and you're going to feel like, yeah, I did it. I'm going to change the world.
and cheesy music. We had really cheesy music.
Yeah, I know we're going to have there's like a live marching band thing that leads us all in. I remember this from my husband's graduation last year, and the commencement speaker is a former director of NOAA, which is pretty freaking cool. I'm excited about that. I actually saw her, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So it's like one of our major like atmospheric science organizations, and like I have often thought that it might be fun to work for them. And yeah, there was this woman who was like one of like Obama's head science advisors, and she was head of that agency for a while, but she's like, her background's in marine biology, and she actually gave a talk the other day at campus that I went to so I could get extra credit in one of my classes, and it made me feel like having her for commencement speaker is going to be pretty awesome. So hopefully that does re-inspire me, because at this point I'm like, the world can go burn because there's nothing I can do to stop it. So a little inspiration would be nice to walk away with.
In any case, enjoy that. Is it going to be a daytime thing or an evening thing, or going out for a drink afterwards?
It's a daytime thing. Oh, hell yes. I'm going to need days just to recover after this. Though we are like moving at the same time because stupid lease stuff, so we're like trying to figure out where we can like move across town, and there's a lot of things happening, so I'm gonna be a frazzled fucking mess that's probably gonna be hiding on Discord from the rest of my life.
At least in your
you
pocket.
sound like you've got
During that period. Yeah, my pocket friends are gonna be there with me. You guys are gonna get every gritty detail of my graduation.
Well, yeah, like I said, enjoy it, and we're all rooting for you.
Anna, you're all kinds of good crazy.
Thank you.
This is the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast.
Okay, we're 12 minutes past the top of the hour, and third time's a charm. It's the ladies' takeover. For which book are we doing? We are doing the Tangents of Heaven, or is it going to be the Fires of Tangents? I don't know.
Tangents of Heaven, I think.
Yeah. I like Tangents of Heaven.
Yeah. Also because we're heavenly. Because, duh.
Yes. Also, it's the Accents edition of What's Spoilers.
Around the World edition. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have all voices that were at SpoilerCon.
That's right.
Which is fun.
Yep.
So, we should probably introduce ourselves because not everybody has our voices memorized from SpoilerCon.
Rude.
So...
What? Are you saying no one knows me?
Well, we're about to fix that.
Offended.
So I guess I can go first and then we can work our way back west to Anna.
Yeah, fearless leader.
So, I am Meradia. You all know my voice way too well because I take up way too much airwaves and have my own podcast, etc., etc. This is I think my third Tangents episode. I love these ones because I don't have to actually know what happened. I can just ramble about the book in its entirety, and it doesn't even matter if I'm not kept up on the podcast. Sorry, Seth. Moving east, because I can do geography.
I was not saying anything.
I'm one of the Kelseys. I'm Canada Kelsey, or Kelsey Namespeaker in the Discord, I guess, for those who aren't super familiar with me and my Canadian shenanigans. I started listening to WoTS Spoilers when they had just released their 70th episode, I think. So I started listening and lurking for a very long time. I binged through all the 70 episodes within maybe, I don't know, a couple weeks, and then heard all about the Discord in that time. And they were just going to JordanCon, I think, for the first time. And that's kind of when I decided to join Discord. And here we are on a Tangents episode, apparently. Nin, you're next.
So I'm Nin. I'm also in Canada right now. I'm in the blue and the green Aja on the Discord. My SpoilerCon claim to fame is that I asked Michael, Kate Redding, and Michael Kramer what makes them cry.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I was so proud. I actually made Michael Kramer cry while he was answering it. So, it was amazing.
That's something that can go on a letterhead.
It totally, right? Totally. It's on my resume already.
Mm-hmm.
I think Anna, please take over. Save me.
I can do that. Hi, I'm Anna. I'm of the European, or also known as the Old Blood portion of the community. I joined the Discord, I think, around the first SpoilerCon, and then at the second or last SpoilerCon, I was a surprise guest, and I surprised many people.
That was so epic.
And
That was epic.
I also participated in the first, that I know of, first sister ceremony that's ever taken place.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
Where Nin was actually also
I was part of it as
involved in
well.
it.
Yes, I was
Yes.
Falron's mom.
So you're my mother-in-law now.
No, I'm your stepmom, Anna. She's your
Right.
sister now.
That's right. I get confused. We also have a birth mom, so no, I'm not. No. Yeah, and I hope that I'm not weirding everyone out with my accent because it's all over the place.
I love it. Adds a little bit of flavor to the episode.
I'm from Germany. I didn't say that. I just said Europe, which is what I identify as European.
I asked these lovely ladies to join me because I love their voices and their faces and their thoughts, and I thought it would be really cool to get a collection of SpoilerCon attendees together, but I also didn't want to wake up at 8 in the morning, which is what it would have taken to get an Australian. So I limited myself to Germany as the farthest away I was going to make stuff happen.
Good to know you picked me for my personality and not for my time zone. Thank you.
I'm also being yelled at by Discord to promote Broken Earth spoilers. So hi, I host Broken Earth spoilers. You should read Broken Earth Trilogy by N.K. Jemisin and then come listen to me talk about geology and social justice because that's what that project is. Oh, and Kelsey is, if I ever get around to doing the next chapter, then you will eventually get to hear Kelsey because she came down and recorded chapter 10.
Yes.
Me
where we
right
meet.
before the world went to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a whirlwind. That was a couple. I saw Seth the day before that for a very Usquai-induced recording of Wheel of Time-ish. I just kind of sat there and laughed in the background for most of it. But yeah, and then I was down to Radia's house the next day. A fun 2 days.
Yeah, we got to meet Tonki. That was fun. Yeah, as soon as we got down out of my bedroom studio, it was like, and we're going back to Canada. So I got you just for the podcast. Special delivery.
Yeah. Oh, we had such grand plans of like bringing down dinner and having food and like chilling out, catching up. And it's like, nope, wham, bam, thank you, man. Popped in for a recording and left right away. It's kind of crap.
So I'm looking forward to editing that because it'll be kind of a blast from the past. And Seth's already pre-edited it for me. And I believe that somebody who was more organized than I felt capable of being wrote us a list of things to talk about.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. I have that Google Doc right in front of my face.
Me too.
I reject the label of being organized, but you're welcome.
I did not have the headspace to make a list. So.
Did you just presume my organizational skills?
How dare you?
Hey, I've seen you organize.
Very chaotic. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I think the first item on the list was shooting the shit, and we already did that.
Shit gone dumb got
I
shot.
like that I had to explain what shooting the shit was to you.
I feel like
That
I
made me
was
so happy.
that made me feel so old in general. Like what
You're
is this
younger than
slang
me.
these youngsters are using nowadays?
I did not get that from my age cohort, for the record. I got that from my parents' generation.
Oh no, so it should be the other way around. Feel too young. Like what were the oldies using?
Pretty much.
Spiffy. So, shall we talk about the Fires of Heaven?
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose so.
I mean, maybe.
Don't you guys just want to hear us bullshit for the rest of like 2 hours? No?
Self-promotion and talking about how much we love each other.
I can do self-promotion because I may start a podcast sometimes if, like, Corona stops being a thing.
Oh, what podcast? What would you do?
So, Jonna Jen, who does all the editing for the boys, asked me if we'd do a Discworld Spoilers podcast together about Terry Pratchett.
Ooh.
And we were about to start that, and then for his work, he has access to an audio studio. But because he's not going into work right now, he can't go there. And so we postponed it for maybe forever. I don't know. But it's the reason I have a microphone now, because...
That's pretty cool. What language would you do it in, Anna? Yeah, that'd be pretty epic. I'd listen to that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's been pre-approved by the boys.
Excellent.
It's a farm project. I did the cover art already, and that's everything that's happened yet.
Oh, it grows. It's growing.
Yes, the daughter podcast population is working on happening.
Yes. The farm grows.
See, this is how they get you. First you just guessed on a thing real quick, just one episode, and then the next thing you know, Seth has you set up with a proper microphone and a recording expectation.
They're definitely cultivating a team of farmers. That's for sure.
Yeah, Seth, that was one of the reasons I said yes, because I knew that when John asked me, I knew that I would not be responsible for any of the technical stuff. Like, I'm done. I'm fine there. Because otherwise I would have been even more freaked out about the idea.
The document said we should say how old we were when it was published, because that's amazing.
Oh,
And
yes.
it was also 3.
Yeah, Rady and I were 3 years old when this book came out.
Are you the same age, you two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, I don't know what our birth months are, but yeah, we're both turning 30 this year. So.
Yeah.
yeah, Nin and I are the same age as well.
These young ones, these
babies. We're 5 years older than you.
Yes. My aged grandmother.
Do not remind me. So
Okay, boomer.
So mean.
So it came out in 93, right?
Yeah, so we were 8?
Yes.
Yeah.
You would turn 8 that year.
Yeah.
So Nin actually said that we should talk about the dedication in this book because it is lovely. It says, "For Harriet, the light of her eyes is my light," and the second light is capitalized, and it's very romantic.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the guys talk a lot about how the women of Wheel of Time are inspired by Harriet in general, like how much she impacted him when he was writing the book. And I just love this. I mean, it gives me all goosebumps and like makes me believe in a bigger love than I currently have in my life. So.
Aww.
Yeah, his dedications are really sweet, especially if you put them together, which I never have, but sometimes I just glance at them and it's like so many ways of saying that he,
Loves his wife.
loved her. Yeah, I think it's adorable, especially given that, the women characters sometimes make you wonder how much contention they maybe had.
Like, I think there are prophecies at the beginning and the back, and we could do those.
Ooh,
Oh, dang. Sure.
I like it.
With his coming are the dread fires born again. The hills burn and the land turns sere. The tides of men run out and the hours dwindle. The wall is pierced and the veil of parting raised. Storms rumble beyond the horizon and the fires of heaven purge the earth. There is no salvation without destruction, no hope this side of death. Fragment from the Prophecies of the Dragon, belief translated by Indelia Basilein, first made and sword fast to Raiden of Hol-Kuchon, circa 400 AB.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Wow. Beautiful.
Nice. So this is approximately shortly after Just Roll With It. Somebody wrote this, right?
Right.
400 AB. Is that after breaking?
Oh, after breaking. I thought after
I
that
think it's
time. You're right. After breaking. Oh, okay. So it's a Yeah. I was super confused already.
Oh,
Nice.
so it's before the whole series happens, right?
way before.
I believe so.
Way before. But yeah, it says Fires of Heaven, so we know where the title comes from. I know that there was a discussion if this relates to the raining down of fire during the battle with Ravine or whatever, but in this it sounds more like a metaphorical storms rumble beyond the horizon and the fires of heaven purge the earth.
It's a really dramatic, apocalyptic Ragnarok sort of feel.
Oh yeah.
I love the no hope this side of death.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, whoa, that's heavy.
Yeah, and it also means that there is hope on the other side of death, which is actually a positive thing.
Right, and it really is very relevant to Rand, right? To die or to live you must die. Like
Even Matt.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, the poetry is just so nice.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, no one can really criticize RJ for his lack of prose because there isn't really.
Looks like we're gonna talk about Rand, I guess.
Yeah, we thought we'd go through the storylines a little bit divided.
I have a general note, though, if you guys don't mind. I kind of went through a bunch of wiki stuff, like I'm sure you guys did too. But in this book, there are obviously a whole bunch of POVs. But I looked up the actual percentages, and the top three is Rand with 29.9% of the POVs of the book. Nynaeve is 29.6% of the other POVs of the book. So already that's, half the book, just those two. So I can understand why people kind of get fed up with the circus stuff, because it's a lot of being in Nin's head and, listening to her thoughts all the time. And then the 3% is Egwene with 7.5% of the point of views. Everybody else is under 7% of point of views for the rest of the book. So it just kind of goes to show how much you see of Rand and his thoughts in his brain throughout the entire Fires of Heaven, and Nin as well.
Yeah, and in the end, it actually is. The big battle actually goes simultaneously with Rand and with Nynaeve. So this makes sense. Like, they are both protagonists of this book almost exactly at the same time. Yeah. While almost not meeting.
Yeah, and it was interesting because everybody else, like Egwene is 7.5% perspective in Fires of Heaven, and then everybody else is under 7%. Moraine herself has 0.58% perspective in the entire book. I think I also nerded out. Like less than 1% of her perspective.
She has almost nothing in the whole series, I think.
Yeah.
Get into her head very rarely.
Yeah, 0.58%.
Which makes her so intriguing in the beginning that you don't really know what her deal is.
Yeah, so we see her perspective in chapter 7 and chapter 52. And those are the only times we see her perspective in the entire book.
And
which
then
is
she kind of dies.
Yeah, which I found crazy because it makes her death almost more emphasized at the end, because you really don't see, you only see her from really Rand's perspective. Or
mostly Rand's, yeah.
Yeah, basically Rand's perspective. So it kind of emphasizes it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Rand in this book is in the waste. In the beginning, then he leads the Aiel down to the wetlands. Then we have the Second Battle of Cairhien. And after that, he decides to pop a cap of Ravine. I mean, he debates killing Samael first, and then he says, one after the other.
The rate at which he's like picking and choosing which Forsaken to take out is like, wow, god powers, okay.
Yup. Of course, there's his progressing madness, which I think has been talked about in the podcast a lot. I don't know if you think that we have anything to add to that.
I don't think there's really much to add about the madness itself. I do think that something that might contribute a lot to his state of mind throughout this book is the amount of pain that he's in because of the wound in his side. I don't think that really gets addressed as much as I think it might need to be, because you look at animals in pain or people in pain all the time dealing with chronic pain of any kind, that's going to change their mood and their personality quite a bit when dealing with situations. So I don't know, that's something that I kind of thought of a lot, because it's not really discussed, his wound, too much until the battle, really, throughout the book. But the entire book he's dealing with this gigantic throbbing wound in the side of his torso. So that's just an interesting point that I thought, pain affects a lot of things when people make decisions.
Yeah, that always gets me at the bonding scene, which isn't in this book, but when the girls all feel his pain and are like, dude, how are you even functioning?
Yeah.
And I think even Alana, the dumb, I'm not saying it, she mentions he's in so much pain, I don't know how he can take it.
Right, and I can't do that. I have a freaking hangnail or a headache, and I am like, the world is over, stop everything. And Rand is like, oh yeah, I'm bleeding constantly from this thing, and I've got brands in my hands, and oh yeah, I have the pressure of the whole world on my shoulders. It's like, how do you even function, sir? No wonder you're going nuts, taint or no taint.
Yeah, and his points of view are always his thoughts about what his next move is going to be, how he's handling a certain decision, his conversations with people around him. It's never talking about his feelings about stuff. That you never really see him be like, oh, this really hurts today or whatever, it's never addressed by himself. It's just something that you have to know as the reader that's going on in the background. So hopefully maybe apply it to why he decides to do half the stuff he does.
I feel like
Bambi, what are feelings?
What that is Rand for a lot of the books. What are feelings? I think there's something about the no nonsense way he's been brought up in, which definitely contributes to that. Not play up on what he thinks is tiny issues, and also so we get this headache gel thing in India, which you can put on your forehead, and it's supposed to help you calm your headache down or reduce the intensity of the headache, and it burns so bad. It's the worst thing to put on your face. That essentially, we laugh about it, but I really think that the reasoning behind that is that if that thing is burning so bad, you will forget about your headache, because now you'll be focused on the burning that your forehead is. So, and I feel like Rand is facing essentially, the biggest burning that anyone can. He has the burden of saving the world on his shoulders, and so maybe that makes him minimize his own pain a little bit.
I think he's also in the void quite a
That's true, yeah.
bit of the time, which is basically about not realizing your feelings and not letting them take over. And Bambi said, it's the transition to Darth Rand, which is basically his whole, my feelings don't matter, pain is not important, even if it's other people's pain at some point.
Yeah. And I guess he's also very distracted with the politicking, basically, in regards to the Aiel the whole time. And then as well with the Terrans and the Carianans. He's been trying to learn, and what am I trying to say here? He's been trying to learn so much in such a short period of time and try and enforce these rules and actions and make, proper royal decisions. These are things that he's trying to enact that Elaine has been taught to do since birth, and she's been trained to do since birth, which basically all royals are trained to do since birth, is basically play the game of houses and learn how to lead a country or lead your house or lead your... So that's a constant strain on him as well, is trying to process all of these things in such a short amount of time and figure out how this whole diplomatic world works. So that's probably also a huge distraction, I would think, as well.
And I think when you just said it, he learns a lot. I think he learns a lot in this book, mainly about letting other people maybe fight for him. It's a struggle continuously, but here it is at the forefront a lot with the maidens.
Yeah. It's really forced into his face that you have to allow other people to do things for you.
Yeah, they're really, really mad at him.
It's pretty much the only pain he ever acknowledges is the pain of that choice. That's the only pain that he lets get in his way.
Yeah, and as the series goes on, he almost, that list he makes in his head, I almost feel like he funnels whatever pain he feels physically, like the wound in his side or anything else, he funnels that into that list. It's like, oh, the list gets even more stronger in his own brain, and the feelings about those women getting killed in his own brain get stronger because that's where he's forcing his pain to go, in a sense.
Does it annoy you as much as it does me that he makes such a difference between dead men and dead women?
Yes.
Because it makes me mad every single time this list thing comes up, or the doesn't want the maidens to fight thing comes up. I don't get it. I mean, they're fighters, and he values them so much. It makes me so mad.
I understand his reasoning. I don't agree with it. But I understand his reasoning, and I understand why he's choosing to be blinded by what the maidens want. Because he's trying to be protective, and he's trying to keep everybody safe that he possibly can. And I understand that feeling when you are such an ignorant young 20-year-old, right? You have these base emotions that you're trying to still grapple with. I don't know, maybe if he had more experience and he was a 40-year-old Rand dealing with all this, it'd be a bit different because he's still so young. He's trained as a rural farm kid to protect all those who need protecting who can't protect themselves. I mean, if maybe not said in those words, but that's something that's been instilled in him since he was a kid. That's everybody supports each other and protects each other to make a community work. And how he sees that is keeping everybody as safe as possible so that people can keep living to keep doing the work needed. So I get why he does his actions. I don't agree with them. And I think he should learn from people around him and listen to their perspectives. But I do understand.
To your question, Bambi, if we think that he gets it here, I think you're referring to getting that other people have to fight for him. I don't think he really gets it here, but he gets forced to let them. Because the maidens just take no shit. They beat him up until he lets them go.
I think he also pushes some of his, like Kelsey was saying, he puts a lot of his pain into that list. So it's kind of like LTT in his head as an expression of his tension and madness. He's able to compartmentalize, and it's not a very good way to do it, but that's how he can self-harm in a way that gets him through the next day.
Yeah, that's his coping mechanism in a sense.
What do you think if Matt had actually been killed here? I mean, he almost died from Melindra and... Oh, not Melindra. Yeah, was it Melindra?
Melinda. Melinda.
Yeah, the chick, and then he almost died from the Dark Hounds, and then he died and didn't die from the attack on Ravine. If Matt had died, do you think he would have made the list?
No.
He would have gone on whatever the ancillary list is that has Mangan.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he wouldn't have gone on the list, but I can't imagine Rand not feeling guilty about it.
Maybe that would have broken the list because... Yeah. Just occurred to me. Ladies list and bros list, yeah.
I mean, how he feels about Egwene at the end, and then she has to admonish him, hey, I'm allowed to be a hero too. This is my decision. I walked into this. Stop feeling guilty about it.
Yeah, and this is what we see in this book with the maidens, and we see it also with Brigitte later, or not later, but later in our discussion when she says to Nynaeve, don't take this away from me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that whole perspective and that whole point is really enforced from Brigitte and from the maidens being don't take our choices away from us. Let us make our own choices.
Right.
For God's sake, man. Get the point in your head.
If Brigitte had gotten to lay that lecture onto Rand, that would have been good. Brigitte should have been yo, Luz, get it together.
Oh, yeah, she would have set him straight.
Yeah, we see that theme really forced out of the books onto us as a reader from various perspectives.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the theme.
If we're moving on to Matt, another thing that I kind of, throughout this whole book, kind of realized about him is that only a small handful of people have experienced his memories and his reflections coming through. A very small handful of people have seen him be those generals from the past. So it's kind of interesting. I find that he grows in this book, but he also stays very much the same. He stays very true to Two Rivers Matt still, even though he has these new memories and new reflections and new experiences in his head. It's only towards the end of the book with the battle that we really see his public display of those memories come through, I guess. Does that make sense?
Yeah. He's still coming to terms with what it means to have them.
It goes perfectly with that quote I put in there because I love that quote so much.
It's such a good quote.
I'm a gambler, a farm boy, and I'm here to take command of your bloody army. It is glorious. It is glorious. And we like that. It kind of shows his arc, but at the end where he actually, displays his true skills to land in the tent and obviously through the battle itself, collecting people as he goes and finds himself in the thick of it. It kind of subconsciously has him accept who he is now and has him accept what's going on in his head, I find, even if he's not willing to admit it yet out loud.
Bambi just made the best comment. It reveals his hand, as it were. And I love that so much.
But I'm dumb.
Yeah, but it's true, because I think this is the book where, like, Matt is able to integrate with himself the fact that he has all these memories, and he works out the timeline, and he like creates the ability to like know when he's in his own mind versus another mind. Like, this is the book where he finds that balance that Perrin takes like a billion books deciding is possible. Like, Matt kind of like, this is the book where he goes through that whole process, and we don't see a lot of it until there's the conclusion of him being like, I have to win a battle just to get away from the battle or something.
Fine, I'll take charge so that we can get over with this and I can go back to, carousing the maidens in the bar or whatever.
Since you guys can't make it work, I'm going to make it work for you.
You want something done right, do it yourself.
Matt has major delegation issues. He really doesn't know how to manage.
But he really likes teaching people songs and dances. Really likes that.
Oh yeah, this is the book where Jack of the Shadows gets introduced.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It comes out of his memories as he's trying to distract himself from getting sewn up, I think, after the battle.
Yeah, he doesn't realize until after that it's a very old song that no one really remembered. Yeah.
It's so good, though. We follow Lord Matt wherever he leads.
I was so looking forward to us all being able to sing it together.
I know.
Oh, no. No, I cannot sing to save my life. That's not happening.
Well, if we'd all been drunk and in a room full of 200 other people, would have been fine.
Probably, yes. Drunk karaoke is the best.
Indeed.
Sober karaoke is sad. Because it's either really bad or you're really good, and then it's kind of boring.
Yeah. I used to work at a bar where we had karaoke night every first Saturday of the month. And there was always the two different groups. The one group that was there just to get wasted and have a hilarious time. And the other group that was there to, like, they were auditioning for The Voice or something, you know?
Wow.
Obviously, they were super skilled, but they would drink Diet Cokes only. They'd sing for 4 hours, and they all pick, like, their ballads to sing just to show off to the 10 people who were sitting in the bar that day. It was very bizarre. Karaoke to me is very much just go out, have a lot of drinks, and have a really hilarious time. That's my kind of karaoke.
Yes.
So I have actually never been to karaoke.
Oh, we have to rectify that.
I've heard a lot about it, but never actually done it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. When you first experience it, you have to have at least 3 fireball shots under your belt. Then you can get on stage.
And you have to pick a song that, no matter how good you do, how well you do, it will never sound good. So you can only fuck it up. That's the trick. Gilad, we did do stunt karaoke at one point. It was really fun. But what you can't do is singing together over Discord because the lag just makes it really, really weird.
Oh, right, yeah.
But we had some time where we had regular sing-alongs or something on the stump.
I remember that. Yeah, my Aikido classes have been meeting online, and it's funny getting counted through the exercises because, like, you look at those video screens and none of us are on time. Even though, like, we're all following the count, but, like, the video lags, it's horrible.
Yeah, that's I'm just imagining that and laughing at it.
My partner actually had a birthday last week, and he did a virtual cake party, and there were, like, I think 21 people in the call at one point, including children. And then they decided to sing Happy Birthday. Oh, and what happened was everybody realized that everybody else was behind, stopped, and then everybody it was glorious anarchy.
Just a mashed potato of a song.
Wow.
It was so good. I loved it. I also loved having 20 guests and not having to clean up after, so I think I'm doing this all the time now. I'm hanging at a party.
If there's one positive.
We actually had a face cam and a cake cam for everybody to see the cake.
Oh, nice.
It was good.
That's genius.
That's adorable.
And now we're making the Tangents of Heaven title, doing it proud.
Yep.
I do love I'm just going to plug Patreon and the Discord here real quick, because we do have the Stump channel. For those who have no idea what that even means, It's a voice channel in Discord that you can click into if you're a patron, whatever the word, that you can click into and chat with other patrons in the Discord. So it's kind of sweet that you can actually talk in person, kind of like we are now, with other Discord users and WoT fans. So if you're debating whether or not to become a supporter of WoT Spoilers, that's a really good incentive.
You should talk about Stumpinars while we're on it, Aurelia.
We have Stumpinars, where all of us nerds have special interests and tell them to each other.
Over said voice channel.
Come to the stump.
Hence the weird name.
Yes, because and the name Stump comes from the Great Stump from Ogier. And the videos are available on YouTube. If you look up Stumpinars, we have a whole YouTube channel where I've posted all of the things.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, Bambi, your 2-hour climate change ramble with Jalir was awesome.
Dude,
you don't have to apologize for that.
Yeah, a 2-hour discussion from the east coast of the US and frickin' Australia. They were both at inconvenient times of day, and it was this amazing discussion about why climate change is a goddamn mess. And I loved it so much.
Really good.
And I don't edit those, by the way, guys. Those are straight up just the raw video, the raw audio. I just slap a video onto it so it can go on YouTube.
I had no idea they were on YouTube. That is sweet.
Yeah, I made a YouTube channel, a Google account, like the whole thing.
That's cool. That's sweet.
So yeah, you don't have to catch them live. You can catch them later.
I mean, if you're waxing poetic about being on the Discord, I can add to that. I think I joined over a year ago, and legit, it's changed my life. Like, I don't think I'd be able to get through this weird time without everyone on Discord. In general, like, people have been so supportive, so motivating, like, so encouraging. I feel like I've made some best friends, even though I don't know their real names or faces, you know. And
it's such a cool world, hey?
Right. I mean, it's such a supportive community, and some of that changes as you meet people on SpoilerCon and JordanCon, but I wouldn't even have gone to...
Turns out they're actually assholes, yeah.
Exactly, Anna, you would know.
I hate you all so
That's
much.
exactly why I went all the way to Germany to meet Anna a few months after SpoilerCon happened as well.
When she says all the way, she already was in Belgium, so it was an hour.
Anna, let's pretend it was just to meet you.
Okay, fine.
Nobody knows. It was my sister's PhD defense. She was completing her PhD. That's why I had gone to Belgium.
But she jumped on a train, came over to me, and I made her breakfast.
And it was amazing. What a day. It was so fantastic. Even though it was rainy, but like none of that mattered.
Right, and we went back I took you back to the railway station, and then we sat down at a cafe, and then we started to talk Wheel of Time, actually, and she almost missed her train, and we had to sprint through the station.
And like, these are the kind of memories you make that go in your memoir, and I couldn't have made it without joining Discord. So, yeah.
Yeah.
End of my waxing poetic statement.
If I can add to that, I think the whole online community really helps me in these days, because actually nothing changes in that, because I don't see those people or you people anyway every day. So it stays exactly the same, and that helps. It's a kind of stability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So much has not changed and changed. Discord is a nice point of constancy.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's definitely, Discord obviously is discussing all of the changes, but at least it's the same people and the same access to the same people. More access in some case, because people are home more often. So
That's true.
Super Chicken! I had the best conversation with Super Chicken when we were doing the walk that Aradia and Ogier led. Oh, so amazing. So, like, my heart was full after that.
Yeah, meeting Super Chicken was awesome. And then, that part where we all got random tattoos together.
Oh, no.
So,
yes.
we are not a cult.
Nope.
We're kind of a cult.
We're a little bit of a cult.
One of us. I did not get the tattoo, though.
You will.
Just in my heart.
Well, some of us didn't get it the day of, like they keep trickling in. I got mine like 2 weeks later.
No, it started with 4 of us going out at SpoilerCon itself and getting our tattoos done together in a room. And then it branched out to like another 10 plus people or something like that within a week or two after SpoilerCon happened. So now there's this whole album of a bunch of us with Wheel of Time, either like the Nodding Raven, one of the chapter headings, or like the Event of Sorrow Leaf or whatever else. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of us now that have forever ink on our bodies.
I'm totally planning on getting the other raven. I only got one of the nodding ravens because I have all the intentions of getting the other one, hopefully in group, or at least as a memory for another time we all got physically together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd never been part of an online server or online community before joining this Discord. So all of this was very new. Like I lurked and listened to the podcast for I don't know how long before I'm like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll check out this Discord thing. And
2 years ago, I was scared of weird, strange people on the internet. And then in October, I flew to the United States without knowing anybody there. So on September.
This Discord does crazy things to you.
Yeah, definitely not.
On my own, I have to say. Was one of the weirder things I've done in my life.
It is. I mean, even when I was telling people, I'm flying to Portland to meet a bunch of strangers I met online, everyone was like, oh, give us the address of the hostel just in case you disappear. I can't even imagine what Anna, I'm flying halfway across the world.
Seriously.
Anna, you're all kinds of good crazy.
Thank you.
So you want to circle it back to the circus?
Ooh, sure.
Circus.
Oh, yes.
Where Brigida joins the cast with a bang.
Yep. My favorite part. There's a reason I'm called Nin.
Oh, is this your why you went for Nin?
Yes, I was actually naive when I joined the Discord, and then the same not a warning, just the same message that everyone gets of changing their names from the name in the book. So I I use this everywhere. This is my gamer tag, and nobody can pronounce it, so everyone just says Nin anyway. So I was like, yeah, might as well just make that my standard, become Nin.
Wait. Do they say Nin anyway, or do they say Nin anyway?
No, that too. Once on Twitch.
That's actually how you can pronounce it, Nin anyway.
You can totally. Once on Twitch, the streamer called me my navel because she couldn't understand what navel, it was naive Al. That's what I had put my Twitch name as, and she was like, my navel.
I always thought she was called Nineveh.
Me too. All my life I called her Nineveh before actually the podcast corrected me.
Wow.
Yeah, because of the Arthurian connection, I think, that Nineveh, the lady of the lake and everything.
So the best thing that happened at SpoilerCon was I dressed up as Min for the costume thing, and Seth was like Nin, Min, Nim. Min. Okay, back to Nin and the circus.
You like this story because in the Google Doc I actually put in the circus girls. Why do people hate the storyline so much? You don't,
because it's almost 30% of the book in Nynaeve's head. That's what I just
still love
out.
it.
And for some reason, a bunch of dudes who read fantasy don't like being in a female's head. Fancy that.
Aww.
I have waxed and waned on how I feel about the circus scenes. Like the first few times I went through the series, loved it. Next several times, got really bored. And now I'm kind of coming back around to enjoying it. I just have so many feelings about it. Because the way I describe it is the first couple of books are very action-packed normal fantasy. And then the slog quotes is the part where Jordan just puts you in the Google car with the 360 camera, and you can just look at the whole world in all of its nitty-gritty boring detail,
right,
for books and books and books, which if you love the world, it's awesome because you get to see all of these little bits and pieces and details. But if you just want to see how Rand wins the last battle, then it's any book now would be great.
Yeah.
I really like it. And yeah, they do snark at each other a lot, but I think it makes so much sense. You understand their frustration in this situation, so I don't mind it. I don't think it makes them bad people.
No, and I kind of like watching Nynaeve throughout the circus chapters, and I guess the whole book in general, because when you think about it as, from a Two Rivers standpoint, and her and her whole wisdom stuff aside, she's the oldest of the group of kids that left the Two Rivers. And she is the only person who reflects back to that as much as she does, right? She's the only person who thinks back to their time of, being in Emmons Field and switching bottoms and changing diapers. She reflects back a lot. She's very maternal, and you see a lot of maternalness, whatever that word is, come out in her in this book. And I think it's those little sparks of her reminiscing that kind of makes her a lot more relatable to me. Because, I mean, as stubborn and forthright and angry and whatever she is, she still has that maternal protective instinct of the group that left. And I find, like, throughout the book and throughout the series, she's the only one who really draws back to those experiences when they were kids. Like, some of them, like, Round will look back, like, being a sheep herder, or they'll look back to times and experiences, but they won't reflect on the feelings they had. I find Nynaeve really reflects back on her feelings about being from there more than the others do.
That's a good point.
She also left to take them back. She literally said to everybody, wait, don't move. I'll be back in a second with these people. And she never managed that.
Mama bear coming out, right? Like, no, I gotta go collect my cubs. I gotta go bring them back.
She never managed that. Actually, she loses, like, one after another. And in the end, she hangs out mostly with Elaine, which she didn't set out to protect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's got that guilt.
And who's possibly not super easy to be with. Don't get me wrong. I love Elaine. I'll protect her against internet people till my last breath. But still, I would not want to be shut in a circus wagon with her. Or with Nynaeve.
God, no.
Yeah.
Literal nail scratching. Cat fights.
And that really randomly reminds me. So the scene where they talk about Elaine cooking as though she's in the palace. When the fuck did a princess actually learn how to be a 5-star chef? This is a completely unrelated complaint, but, like, how would she know how to manifest the fancy food that she's eaten her whole life?
Well, maybe her mother is one of these people who say, yeah, you're a princess, but I don't know, once a week you have to do chores in the palace, and maybe she just liked to cook, and so she asked the cooks, and they indulged her, basically.
I'll take that headcanon.
Yeah, it's a hobby, right.
Yeah, I imagine her training involved all kinds of stuff. All kinds of extensive.
Yeah, I think her extensive training would have incorporated something like, you have to see what the normal people in the palace do. Remember that Morghese likes to hang out with the common people in disguise. So I think she wouldn't want her daughter to be completely shut off from everything, and so she would let her hang out in the kitchen and everything. And if she likes it, well, she really likes sweets. So Thomas, that's right.
And also, Morghese knew that she was going to go to the tower, right? Because that was a thing that happens. And Morghese has been there herself. She knows how you got to get down on your knees in the kitchen and all that. Not in the dirty way, but, well, maybe in the dirty way. So she was like, this could be some sort of prep for going to the tower.
I had never thought of that. Thank you, ladies, for helping me establish headcanon.
I just wanted to say how dumb it is that they have to get on their knees and scrub the floors every day, and they also make them wear white dresses.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. That's crazy. Well, they do have magic to clean the dresses, though, so...
Do you think they do?
You think they would have used magic to clean the floor, though?
Yeah,
Nah, that wouldn't teach the lessons needed, though.
That won't build the character needed.
Yeah.
I don't think they're allowed to.
Anytime I think of building character or that phrase, I think of Calvin and Hobbes.
Yes.
Every single time.
Exactly.
Without fail.
Every time. Oh my god, Calvin's dad is... My dad looked up to Calvin's dad.
What else about the circus? I mostly just have notes on Nin.
And the reappearance of Uno, which is a big upside.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right, because this is the whole scene where Nynaeve tells the prophet to go stick a spoon up his ass and comes away with Shinar and bodyguards.
Yeah, it's the prophet, yeah.
God, the prophet, like, is one of the most cartoonish villains in this whole thing, and he's so ineffective. He could have been a powerful thing.
It's a very strange, like, addition to the story, Like, I've never quite... I've always read over the prophet stuff as kind of more skimmed it. I'd never really understood, like, I didn't really tie it into the rest of the series as much as maybe I should have, because it never really seemed to naturally for me,
Yeah.
I think he's supposed to mirror this other kind of evil, which Andoral is or Shadow Logoth is an example of. This, you want to do good, and then you go over the moral event of Rise, and then you become bad, approach bad from the other side or something. But, yeah, he's just, he's so awful. I hate him so much.
Yeah, it was necessary, I think, for there to be like a zealot, because Rand does have so much religious overtones, even in a world that doesn't have religion. So like we needed someone to be a zealot, but
it's a good perfect example of good intentions trying to be gained through bad action. The means justify the ends kind of thing, where the means are very evil.
Right. And like super ineffective too. He doesn't really even create, I mean, like the White Cliffs at least are an effective military force. The Prophet's mobs are a mob. And then Bambi is pointing out that there was he was probably being brainwashed by the Forsaken or compulsed by the Forsaken to be extra ineffectively problematic.
Yeah. Sowing chaos.
He was, but I don't feel he had to.
So is that why you think maybe he has that crazy look in his eye more than not? Because everybody notices how almost like glazed over his eyes are. You think that's, and like we see everybody who is like under compulsion.
Yeah, but he also doesn't eat.
I feel like, is this a conversation that's happened before? Is this one of those,
Couladin?
Couladin? Yeah. Is this similar to was Couladin influenced by the Forsaken sort of discussion?
That is a good parallel. Yeah, because it's hard to tell, because you have an asshole who's already maybe mentally unstable, goes through some traumatic shit, and then appears to be manipulated by the Forsaken. Where do you draw the line on pulling out the Forsaken from the rest of it?
Exactly.
I mean, it's what an effective villain would do. Find someone who's easy to push over the edge.
Right, yeah. Pushing more gays over the edge would be a lot harder, as we see with Ravine.
No, we can talk about that, by the way.
Yeah, and maybe maybe he wasn't under compulsion, but maybe they started him on the path, and he was so crazy that he just needed a nudge to walk down that path anyway.
Yeah. Flicker also fucked with him.
Exactly. Yep.
You take that breaking point and then just amplify it. Add a couple seeds here and there, and oosh.
I mean, the first time we meet him, he has this unreasonable hate towards Rand just because his hair is red, basically, which shows that he has some PTSD and or asshole syndrome already. Probably wasn't hard for him to go over this. Yeah, and yeah, I think enough has been said about his tactics of helping the poor by making more people poor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
He does start a very important war, though. I mean, the Galad and where the Prophet and the White Cloaks meet. I mean, that ends up being an important conflict for pushing stuff around in that region. I mean, it probably helps destabilize the throne, so that way Aleandra ends up coming along with Perrin later. He's a good stick to stir the pot with.
Yeah.
I think, a lot of pots are getting stirred in this book. A lot happens that has big effects later.
That's another reason why it's sloggy, right? It's because it's setting you up for books later.
It does set up a lot.
Yeah, Anna, you added this in the conclusion, but I feel like that's a point that will come up again and again. Like, it is the book that shifts the story into next gear. Like,
it does.
It sets up so many things.
Yeah, plot-wise and character-wise. Yeah.
I think we just mentioned Morgase, so we can go on to her right now.
Yeah.
She has a backbone of steel.
Oh, man.
To be resistant to a Forsaken's compulsion at all, much less to the degree she pulls it off. It's like, girl.
It's so hard to be in her head.
Just that innate will. You just know, there's a huge force there.
Yeah, her strength of personality.
I think we all agree that these books have some rape-centered storylines which are not done very well. I think this one is done really well because it's never gratuitous. We don't ever see anything happening, but what we see is how much it fucks with her head. And the whole guilt she keeps on having, which she has about the state of her country, but it's a good analogy for survivor's guilt, or the guilt that many survivors of sexual violence have for being tainted, no pun intended, by the whole thing. And she never sheds this. I mean, it's one of the reasons that she doesn't want to be queen ever again, which was her entire identity was tied to being this queen, and she can't do this because this guy took it from her.
Yeah, when you go through a trauma like that, you then feel unfit to accomplish many tasks that you might have previously thought you could. And Morgase is a perfect example of that. And Nynaeve is also an example of that. All the trauma that she goes through in Tel'aran'rhiod, and seeing how women deal with trauma and then try to overcome it by telling themselves that they shouldn't feel guilty, but it affects them anyways. It's a lot of parallels, but they handle it a little bit differently.
Yeah, Bladen Stormchild just mentioned how even after this whole traumatic thing, how competent she acts when she is in the White Cloak stronghold later, which is not in this book, I think, but admirable. Absolutely. Yeah, it's next book, right?
Yeah.
But she starts on this journey. She flees Camelin. She collects her ragtag band of, like, they actually sound to me like a D&D group.
It's true.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This combination of different people who really don't get along. And then you have Leanie with all the one-liners. I put one at the best one.
It's the best one. Yes.
It's at my age. Even if I make it up, it's still an old saying. It's Leanie is the bard, right?
Leanie is amazing. Yeah. I think it's interesting to see Morghase's like how she handles all of that, because she's one of the most powerful, confident, strong-willed women in literally the entire articulated world of the books, and she is broken so much and has so much processing to do. And yeah, it's hard to read her stuff, but like it's kind of like, well, if a queen can get brought that low, then like anyone can, right? And if she can pick herself back up. It reminds me of I don't know if you guys have watched Jessica Jones.
Yep.
But
No.
Okay, well, I only watched it because I read so much stuff about how excellent it was at depicting like the aftermath of trauma and people getting over their trauma without it being gratuitous, like horror porn or violence porn or whatever. And I watched it and I would agree with it. Like it reminds me of her. Like Jessica and Morghaze are not incredibly dissimilar characters in how they like magical overpowering forces against them, and they just drink their way through it and figure it out. I don't know how much Morghaze drinks her way through it, but it's interesting to see how she processes it, and like how like Brianna and Leanie respond to her trauma and like the shit she goes through. Particularly, she doesn't really talk about Ravine much with anybody, but she totally talks. Well, they see her experience the White Cloaks, right? And their way they to react to her is also like two different angles, right? Like you aren't dead, suck it up, versus like take the space you need to come to terms with that.
Yeah, you literally have to live through however long that period of time was where all of your decisions were taken away from you and your complete and utter, free will was taken away from you. Now you have to process that that's what happened to you. I don't know. That's terrifying to me. It's almost like you have been lobotomized, but you're still walking around as the shell of a carcass. And you have vague memories of it. You have no idea that all your allies have been thrown out of the palace at your own orders. You have no idea, all these things that happened while you were still in power. Like all of this power that she had that was used and abused in her name, and she has no reflection of it or no recollection of it. That's a terrifying thing to come to terms with, I can imagine. And we don't really see too much of that. We just see it from the darkness that she lets out sometimes, and then through Leanie and Brianna's perspectives.
I always thought that, Ravine gets killed, but he didn't get his comeuppance for the shit he did.
No.
No, he sure didn't. No, that should have been
He should have been killed by a woman and up and close.
He was set on fire by a woman.
That's good. I like that.
He gets encased in fire and has to live with that for like a whole 30 seconds before he gets obliterated. So it's not truly fair, but...
Yeah, I agree with Bambi saying that she thinks it's on purpose. I do think he makes it tumultuous for a reason, to kind of throw our perspectives up in the air and kind of make us think all topsy-turvy as we're going into the next book, or as we're going into waiting for the next book, as some of you guys, I guess, had to do. I never had to do.
Yeah. Speaking of other interesting things that I don't get, the beginning of Swan and Bryn is in this book. And there's a relationship that...
I have such a huge man crush on Gareth.
Oh.
I don't get their whole relationship, honestly.
What?
Again, this is just a plot line and both of their character arcs that sets up for the rest of the series, basically.
I feel bad for Brian like the whole time, because like Morghaze, I don't know what sort of complicated relationship he has with Morghaze, but I don't feel like she treated him very well. And like he deserved so much more. He was so dedicated, so loyal. And then you see him get with Swan, and that's just, I loved it. Like I love that relationship.
I love it too. It's super tropey.
It is, yeah. But sometimes you need that happy ending, I mean, then it wasn't that happy ending, but it was what it was.
Yeah, but the whole they hate each other, they love each other, they're super much into each other, so they give each other shit, and then. But I still love it because I love both of them so much. I think Swan is such a great, complex character, and he's just so solid. I think many women
unflappable
because he's just so super solid.
And I do like seeing Swan go through her own issues with her oath that she swears to him, right? Like you see somebody who at the top of her power for so many years, all of a sudden in also a short period of time, dressed completely down, power's taken away, her own confidence has been broken, and then she swears herself basically to this guy that she gave a lashing to once, and then seeing her go through that more in the next book, I guess, or in the rest of the series, but just seeing her, like this is where it starts for her, where she kind of grapples with herself and grapples with her own strength of will, because she really has to, rein herself in to actually listen to what he wants to do. And that kind of sets her up for the rest of the series, I find.
Right, and as Leah just mentioned, they bond each other, or she bonds him, and then they understand their motivations better, and and they get along really well with that. So Seth asked, what do you think about how he handles the compulsion? Which one do you mean? The compulsion that is put on him during the last battle, or about the more gay stuff? Because I think that he handles the more gay stuff really, really badly, because he just refuses to acknowledge that she might not be super guilty of everything. The one in the last battle he was awesome with. I think I'm stepping back because I seem to be dumb right now.
Yeah, the only one that does it better is Iturralda, who ends up in that whole he's frozen because he knows he shouldn't give the order, but he has to give the order. But Brynn is something's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. Mm-hmm. So that's badass. And I think it's interesting with the Swan and Brynn, because Leanne is the one that's I'm gonna fuck all the guys and probably all the girls too. I'm just going full on green fuck Aja. And then Swan is I'm just gonna stay a blue. I'm gonna stay what I was always doing. But she still ends up going through this transformation in which she suddenly has room in her life for romantic love that was never there before. That's kind of trippy. She deserved that. I mean, because he's solid. For all that there's a lot of contention there, she deserved to unexpectedly land in some comfort. I just don't get the attraction, that's all. I'm glad she got it.
While I'm saying that I love this storyline, or this love story between them, I still say that she should end up with Moraine, because this is the big love, but, well, chance missed.
Yeah, that would have been the best, but...
That would have been,
I really wanted to see them, also retire to a little farmhouse somewhere.
Like Adelius and Van Dien.
With a lake or ocean nearby, I guess, so Swan can do her thing and fish all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know, that would have been really cool.
They should have at least gotten to meet. There should have at least been, a 90-second hug. That should have happened. Maybe it happened off screen.
They should hug and then fade to black, because Robert Jordan does not do porn.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, that's what happens in my head. Polyamorous with Gareth and the Tom hanging out? Well, yeah, why not?
Ooh.
Why not?
So do we want to talk about Min and Logain and their story also?
Yeah, I feel bad for Min. She's just dragged along until she reunites with everybody at the, in Saladar. She's just dragged along.
The poor girl. Just imagine with all these mopey people. Oh.
I love Min so much. She has such the fuzzy end of the lollipop, this whole freaking book. Yeah, like Bambi said, she's the awkward third wheel in this book. But I love her because she's one of the only people that holds her own without magic to back her up.
Yeah, she just is. She just is throughout the entire series, and she is also a solid constant, which I appreciate.
She's that NPC the DM throws in when the players are floundering, they don't know what to do, they don't know who to turn to, and the players need someone to help them. So that's what Min does. She's there at the most opportune moments when everyone, when whoever needs to get out of a situation that they can't get out of themselves.
And then Logain, man, he is just are you gonna die or not? This book.
He doesn't do anything in this book. I mean, later we can say a lot about Logain, but in this book, he's a husk of a person, and
this is the lowest. He thought he was at his lowest for the preceding few months, right? This is his actual lowest of lows.
Mm-hmm.
And then things happen. But this is the book that sets you up to be like, how much lower can this guy go before something happens? I mean, the politicking of Saladar is like in so many ways kicked off by Swan showing up with Logain, right? Like Swan showing up without Logain would have been a very, very different Saladar plot.
Yeah. And we as readers seeing these, very sparse viewings and Min has of him and his glory or whatever's to come keeps it intriguing enough, because otherwise it is just like, okay, dude, we get it. You're depressed. You lost your power. You're in withdrawal. I get it. It's just a lot of feelings on the other spectrum to deal through or to deal with.
What Leah just mentioned, if you look at it from a plot or the pattern or whatever standpoint, Logain being as unresponsible as he was, just made Gareth Bryn follow the girls, get to Saladar, lead the army. So his fuck-ups were very much needed.
That could be the tagline for this whole series. The fuck-ups were needed.
They all land in Saladar, as you mentioned, and there's politicking, and I love it so much.
Take it away, because I don't get politics.
No, I mean, just the whole Saladar storyline is maybe this and Elaine in the White Tower as a prisoner are my two favorite storylines. I don't know why.
For this part of the book and the Saladar everything was way more frustrating for me to read than the circus stuff ever was. Just seeing all of these, like these 6 chicks on their high horses, on their couches, basically trying to direct everything around them without any actual experience, always just drove me mental. Especially when you have all these, like they literally have these resources ride into camp, like Swan and Leanne, and then the Supergirls, like they ride into camp to them, find them to, essentially offer their help and support and be there as resources. And those 6 are just like, well, but maybe.
But that's I think that's actually what I love about it. Like they are so stale and so stagnant, and Black Aja partly so they're not successful, and then the people come in from the outside and like little agents of chaos and pushing here and pushing there, and Swan most of all like pulls her strings in the background and slowly gets them to move. And I really like it. I like the nitty-gritty that gets on there.
I like it as well. It just infuriated me because, like, for me, like these are supposedly smart, intelligent, powerful women, and you would think they would use as many resources that they had at hand. And Swan is one of those. Leanne is one of those.
Mm-hmm. No, it's super dumb. They are so dumb.
Then even Elaine are one of those. Like, just utilize them. You are the White Tower. Well, you're agents of the White Tower. Essentially, use your powers. Like, use them. I've just never understood that aspect
because
of it.
They're moping.
Yeah, they're butthurt at being broken from the tower, I guess. I don't know. It's just, if you're already broken, why not try and forge ahead as best as you can and use the tools at hand, which to me are these people that literally rode into camp to find you.
There's also a lot of cognitive dissonance happening there. Like, it can't be that the tower is broken. It can't be that someone is stilled and still trying to get us to act. And
yeah.
And
change is a hard thing for a lot of people. You have a tower that's been together for thousands of years and all of a sudden broken. It's hard to adapt.
That's a lot of the problem Egwene has later, that they don't want to start the war really, because that would mean acknowledging that the tower is broken, which they really, really don't want to.
Yeah. But ignoring a problem doesn't make it any less real, which always also drove me crazy about this. Like, you keep deferring something that clearly has obviously happened. You're in Saladar for a reason.
Right?
Like, it's broken. You are there because it's broken. So now adapt or die, basically. And it used to just drive me. Yeah, it drove me nuts. Like, in case you haven't noticed.
Super Skylick just said, these women are super stillophobic. And yes, they are.
Yeah.
Which, another point, too, is something that I was kind of, like, Swan being hesitant to let Nynaeve study her. Like, I never understood what the harm was in studying. I know they have their own negotiations and little plots where they kind of discuss with each other, like, how to get the one up. But if I was Swan, there's no harm in somebody trying to study me to make me potentially channel again, even if I think it's never going to happen.
I think she doesn't think that there is a potential. I think she is completely convinced that it's absolutely hopeless, and so someone else saying, no, you might have hope, just hurts every single time.
Yeah. I think that mirrors how Swan and Leanne both approached their transformations of being still. Like, Leanne's like, I'm going to find opportunities. I'm going to try new things. Like, I can handle hope, which is why Leanne wants Nynaeve to heal her. She's excited for that. And Swan's like, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing and not look up out of the rut, not hope. But then she, of course, like, breaks down crying, like, in Nynaeve's arms when she gets the power back. Like, she clearly wanted it. She just couldn't let herself hope.
Yeah, and she wants to move on from the trauma.
Which is a good point, too, because if you've gone through something awful, you don't want somebody to keep bringing it up and bringing it up and bringing it up over and over again.
Right. It's like Nynaeve puts her finger into the wound every time.
Yeah.
Super Skylake, she starts crying at the death of her warder, but she's also crying in Nynaeve's arms. Like, she grabs her in a hug and is, like, sniffling. The bawling, the full face bawling is over her warder, like, 10 minutes later. And Elida is beginning her reign of terror and incompetence. I like that line. I like that description. That is accurate. I really like Elida as a character. She's such a delightfully competent incompetent, if that makes any sense.
And her descent into madness is so quick. It's like every time we check back in with her, she has gone to another level of crazy. Like, nobody can sit down in my study. No. It's like, what is happening there?
Yeah, that talk her and Fane had really amplified her own cray. Her own cray.
And I was re-listening to the podcast, like, in preparation for today, and I feel like the guys also discussed this. Like, there are signs that she might have been a good leader if times were different. Not if COVID-19 was going around, but maybe there was. Maybe during.
If she'd come to this in a different way also, because she starts from this idea of, I have to really fight. I have to fight. Everybody's against me. And she never just sits back and thinks about, okay, I'm leader now, what do I do? She's always in this fight mentality.
Yeah, she's not a bad administrator, necessarily.
In the beginning. Later, she's just batshit crazy.
She was like the counselor to the Queen of Andor for decades. Like, she clearly had some skills. But I think there's the comment that Fane makes that people who are harder to bend are easier to break. I think that she embodies that, like, to a T.
Yeah, it's like a live branch versus a dead branch, right?
I think she would have been a terrible leader anyways, but who knows?
Well, because she would constantly be trying to overcome people and power trip over them, basically, instead of work with people. You know, she's very much power heavy, not negotiate and compromise heavy.
Right.
Leaders need a good mix of all of it.
She probably would have been an excellent, like, battle commander in a protracted war against the Shan-Chan. But somebody was a dumbass and got captured by them instead. So that didn't work out. But she would have been an amazing, ruthless leader against the Shan-Chan. If she had, been like, okay, Egwene, you can dream the future. Tell me where to kick some ass, and I will kick it very hard.
Well, she ends up with the Shan-Chan, doesn't she?
Yes, she does. Just not quite
not
the way. Not
necessarily in a possession, no.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the whole part where she's like selling out the other Aes Sedai, she's like, I'll trade you 20 women if you'll just let me go. It's like, wow, you're a shitty leader. Sacrificing your people to get your freedom back. I mean, I get it. Being a Shan-Chan prisoner is like a whole thing, but still, bad leader.
Yeah.
Willing to sacrifice lives to be a good leader? What?
Who are we talking about? Not relevant in the current political situation at all.
Do we poke the bear?
No, we don't.
Okay.
I don't feel like that's not an opinion I want to air at all.
Yeah. Nope. Works for me.
Moving on.
You can just hear in the pauses everybody would have to say something, but
everyone holds their breath.
No,
yeah.
No, I'm not. No.
Those are inside thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are this side of the pond thoughts.
So, attack on Ravine. Thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. Death.
Oh, why did she do that, Aurelia?
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, how do you guys think it would have gone if the fight hadn't been taken to Tar?
Bad for Caemlyn. So much collateral damage. Like, I don't understand how there isn't shit tons of collateral damage already. Like, Ravine does not seem the kind of person who would have told the population to bail from the inner city, and he smashes the fuck out of the inner city.
Like, Nynaeve wouldn't have been there to help Rand, to corner him, to corner Ravine. And, like, I think the whole Rand even entering Tel'aran'rhiod was a huge surprise factor in itself. So, yeah, I wonder at the implication of how it would have gone otherwise.
Fuck, yeah. Yeah, Rand was losing that battle until Nynaeve gave him an edge. That would not have happened. She's halfway around the world from him. Well, a quarter of the way around the world from him. Yeah, that would have probably been the end. So which means that Ravine was a dumbass by saying, I don't want to ruin Caemlyn. Like, kick it into the dream world. Like, that was him spelling his own doom.
Yeah, he shot himself in the foot doing that. Absolutely. Yeah, they just entered the Tar version of the palace, and that's it.
Okay.
Because Nynaeve travels there to...
Yeah.
Or goes there in the dream world to kind of explore and see what's going on, and she pops in on this situation, basically, at the same time.
Why does Nynaeve end up there?
Did she battle Moghedien?
Because Moghedien spills info about it.
Right. She's like, the battle is happening today, and Nynaeve's like, well, fuck that shit. We're gonna go observe or something.
Yeah, we need to go check out what's happening, and she just happens to be there when Rand enters.
I wonder how much of that is, like, the timing of Tel'aran'rhiod, like, Ta'virining them to be there at the same time. Because time flows differently, so.
Yeah. Something similar happens in the last battle with Perrin, right? That he gets there, right?
Yeah, Perrin and Slayer bouncing through, but that's them using their, like, mental ability to flip back and forth through the worlds, whereas this is...
No, I meant that Perrin is there. No, it's not the last battle, it's Veins of Gold, that Perrin is there when Rand has a thing.
When Rand is showing up in Tel'aran'rhiod because he's having such a pivotal moment that, like...
Right.
Yeah.
And he has to bear witness with the wolves, and it's, oh.
Right, yeah. I also, wonder if Perrin being there somehow helped that moment, or if he just had to witness. I don't know.
Leah makes a good point. He is Ta'veren. So him just being there, I mean, it can't just be just there to witness, right? Like, it has to be more than that.
True. Mm-hmm. True Ta'veren in one place means something more is happening.
Yeah.
I mean, when Rand and Matt are in the tower together, not the White Tower, the other one, which I can't pronounce, the Snakes and Foxes Tower.
The Tower of Genji?
Yeah. And, like, it starts, like, there's, like, the ground starts heaving and, floor is lava and all that stuff, so...
Right. Oh, that's not in the tower. That's in their worlds. But yeah.
In their worlds, yeah.
The, what do they call it? It's Neverland in the old tongue. I remember that much. I remember it translates as Neverland. Sindal.
Yeah, I think it has to be pronounced Shindal.
Oh, Shindal? Okay.
I think so, because the she, which is spelled very similarly, is the Celtic fairies.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh, cool.
Of course, I always brought my Yankee pronunciation to it. It was like, Sindal!
Zindol, yeah. I think, but it's a theme through the books that during the big climaxes that different storylines come together, and sometimes it works just because of Tel'aran'rhiod, because the people are actually spread out over the world, but in the climax they all do something together. So it's a nice plot device to type everything back in. I feel like the boys mentioned that they don't think they have much to say about Dumai's Wells because battle scenes. And I think we're the same way. So I hope that if you get to that point, that you get someone on who can talk about battles in a coherent way. Like, I think Leah mentioned that she has a lot to say about tactics and ethics and all the great things, and it would be very helpful to me to finally understand what's happening there.
So a Dumai Wells Patreon episode. We have a request, Seth.
Yeah.
No, just when they get there. In the regular.
It is known.
Yeah.
Honestly, it could merit a Patreon episode. Just the battle.
I think so.
During the battle at Carrion, was Samael present, or did he just show up to blow the tower up later on? So I'm kind of backstepping before the attack of Ravin, I guess. Ravine? How do you guys say his name? Ravin?
I say Ravin.
Ravine?
I say Ravin as well.
I say Ravine. Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I look into the pronunciation thing.
I have Seth's Ravine stuck in my head. Like, you know how he says it every time when this chapter was being discussed. Mm-hmm. So, Ravine then, I guess.
Work.
Can't help you. He's not in the glossary of this book.
Oh no! What?
Which doesn't make any sense. No, it's Ranch, Ruach, Ruidian.
Yeah, so at the Battle of Cairn, their tower gets destroyed, right? Towards the end of the battle.
Right.
Once they start realizing that, the tides are starting to turn. And, like, I would have thought Samael would have been there the whole time, but it feels like he just shows up to destroy the tower that Egwene and Avi and Rand are on. Once he starts to see that things are starting to shift a little bit for his side for the worse. Can anybody else, like, do you guys think that's also what happened? Because I feel like wouldn't Samael have wanted to be there earlier to kind of destroy what was going on? Because he can also feel the sense of where Rand is channeling from and where the girls are channeling from. Or Rand is channeling from anyways. Wouldn't he have wanted to take that tower down from the get-go instead of towards the end after so many lives on his side had already been lost?
Do we know where he is when this is happening?
I assume that Samael was also just watching from afar.
Maybe, I feel like Samael's the one that's described as being willing to sacrifice any amount of his own resources to get his ends,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
So
yes.
I could see him wanting to let Rand tire himself out before kicking him in the balls, which would mean letting a lot of his army get wrecked, burning up Rand's strength. Seems like a Forsaken thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because Rand is, like, way less capable of surviving that fall and being an effective leader after the fall, because he was, like, already on the brink of being exhausted.
Instead of taking that at the beginning. Yeah.
And he, like, almost, like, burned himself out from losing the source with the impact, right? Like, that wouldn't have happened if he'd been on top of his game, but when he's already tired, like, he might have burned himself out there.
Kangas Khan, or however you say his name, just said that Napoleon Bonaparte is a good parallel for him visually, but Napoleon wasn't short.
No, yeah, that's a myth.
It was actually propaganda, which I think is funny. Like somebody in England said, the dude is small, and here we are hundreds of years later, like, oh, the dude is so small.
Wow. I love that. I knew it was a myth, but I didn't know it was an actual piece of propaganda.
It was an actual piece of propaganda. Yeah, he was 5'8", but at this time he was actually among the taller people.
Right, 5'8" back then would have been much more impressive than it is now.
On the tall end of normal, I think.
I mean, 5'8" is still average.
I think Samuel, maybe...
Oh, no, Seth.
Yeah.
You're just born in the wrong century, Seth. You're an inner giant. But do we know, is Samuel actually short, or is he just a little shorter than Lews Therin, which makes him think that he's super short and has to overcompensate?
I think he's just a little bit shorter. He's the one who resents that the power couldn't make him taller, right? It's just so he could overtop Rand.
I just wonder if he's actually, like, short, or if he just, in his head, thinks he should be much, much taller.
I would bet so, given that he puts so much emphasis on measuring up to Rand, who's, like, 75 feet tall or whatever.
Yes, Samuel is the master of overcompensation.
Seriously.
No, I'm not going there.
Another one of those pauses where it's
He
like...
drives a really big truck. Yeah, one of those monster trucks.
Oh my god, yes. He would totally be the guy that gets out of the truck that is dwarfed by its tires.
Well, it's funny. That's where you go, because here we would go to, like, loud sports cars for this.
No, that too. Yeah. And in America, it really helps if it pollutes.
Because there are no big trucks here. Because you would get stuck in streets.
I envy your city designs that were not built for cars.
Where have we gone?
I am down to the Bye-Bye Lanfear, Moraine, Ravin, Asmodean. Some of them even stay dead. Comment.
I love these notes. They're so good, Anna.
So good.
Yeah, it's really... Some of them even stay dead. Yay!
Who stays dead? Ravian stays dead. Asmodean stays dead.
Asmodean
Yes.
stays dead.
Yeah.
The guys stay dead.
The girls come back because women are...
Because they get balefired. Because it's the only way of ever getting rid of someone. Oh, balefire or, like, Martian Jin thingy.
Yeah. Do we have a theory on who killed Asmodean, or...?
There's no theory. It was Grandal. I don't care.
It was Grendel. I mean, the theory is she's responsible for his death. So take that as whatever you want to take it as.
I have to say I never actually cared. It was like, yeah, somebody killed him. Bye.
So you were the least impressive Forsaken. I don't even care who killed you.
No,
Get your fancy pants out of here. You're just dead.
I was actually sad that he died, because I think that it was interesting with him around.
He had a cool redemption arc possibility that was not actualized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it would have been, if he'd stayed around, he would never have gotten the real redemption arc, because his heart was never in it. He was just a opportunist to the nth degree.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he would never have done the sacrifice thing that you need in fantasy to have the ultimate redemption arc,
Yeah,
right?
he would have failed at the last. He would have Frodo'd out at the last minute, no matter how much he talked himself up.
Yeah, and I would have liked that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this comic in Discord for the non-live people, it's the Asmodean looking frustrated because there's a speech bubble that says, and looks at smudge writing on hand. Musician. The Dark Lord is like, yes, I've got the Betrayer of Hope and the Mistress of Pain and the musician.
I mean, it's not the best reason for becoming the ultimate evil guy that you want to play music better than everybody. It's just...
Okay, but it does make me think of Amadeus, the movie. I mean, that's the dude right there. Like, if he had the chance to swear his soul to the Dark One to take down Mozart, he totally would have done it.
Poor Salieri, he never was like that.
Cardi B as Forsaken.
Just not nearly as loud.
I like plot point wise, I think he's in there because they needed a sort of a non-threatening Forsaken who could like teach Rand.
Yeah, he needs the basics. He needs someone to teach him the basics before he...
Someone needed to teach Rand. And they needed like a neutral-ish Forsaken who could do it because it needed to be magic from that time, like before the breaking.
Right. And all the other males have like very personal grudges against Rand, so...
Exactly. Like, he's the most non-threatening, ambiguous...
But yeah, I think he was the only one of them who could have been any kind of teacher towards Rand.
Is everybody else sad that he never meets Tom? Because I think there would have been a grudge.
Ooh. Epic rap battles of history! Tom versus Asmodean.
God. Just harping away.
Dun dun dun!
Tom would so kick his ass, though. I mean...
Yeah, Tom's way more of a polymath. He's the real Renaissance man.
Death harp duel.
Totally. I'm with Patrick there. Tom so wins.
Tom totally.
That would be the best rap battle video.
Yeah.
By far.
Realistically, Tom couldn't win, because if you have like centuries to practice, probably was good.
But did Asmodean practice, or did he just murder people?
Oh.
No, he was actually a composer.
Fair point. I think he was good.
Yeah.
I think he was good. He just killed anyone who was better, yeah.
Yeah. That is one way to be the best.
By that logic, he would have had been to be at least a little bit good, because otherwise everybody else would be dead. And nobody knew what music was. So.
Nobody knows what music was. Yeah.
Right? Wasn't there this movie recently about suddenly everybody forgot who the Beatles were?
Yesterday?
One guy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Watched that trailer.
I never watched that movie, but I saw that.
And that's Asmodean's thing, right? Nobody knows how music sounds except me. So however bad I do it, everybody will love me. I read one bad review and then I didn't want to anymore. Just probably dumb.
I'm not really a Beatles fan, so I was like...
Oh, I'm a big Beatles fan.
Though I have recently occasionally put on some Beatles and be like, this isn't actually as bad as I thought it was. But, you know, when your parents are obsessed with something, it takes a while.
They have the big let's say, red door in the room of two other people who die, which is probably a good segue into our going forward. What does this mean? What does this book mean for the later story point? Because the fact that Moraine leaves changes a lot.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if Rand ever adds Moraine's name to his list. I can't remember right now.
Yes.
Yes.
He does, right? Yeah. He's such a weirdo. Even if he's near someone when they die, he's just like, yep, that name's going on my list.
Yeah. Yeah, and her loss is really big for more than just Rand, right? Like, this changes the relationship of the Supergirls to the White Tower, right? This happens at this virtually the same time as Swan is deposed. Like, there's a huge amount of shakeup in, like, the Aes Sedai's and the Novice's acceptance relationship to each other, starting with the deposition and ending with the Red Door frame. It's like, and all your good guys are gone.
It also, in my opinion, changes the whole dynamic of the books, because before that you had the innocent farm boys and you had Moraine, who knew everything come in, and lead them into this world and explain everything. And now she's gone, and they are the ones who figure it out by themselves. There's no layer above them. Right, it's a Dumbledore thing. Like, she has to go for them to fully actualize their potential, because she'd be a security blanket. But it's also from a narrative standpoint, there's nobody left who knows more than the people in whose heads we are all the time.
So you guys know the hero's journey, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so like, although with Wheel of Time, because of how many characters there are and how large it is, I feel like there's many variations of the hero's journey going on simultaneously with different characters. And like, for a while, Rand even thinks Tom died when he loses like when him and Matt are traveling with Tom, when
he fights the Murdrell.
Yes, exactly. So that was like 0.1 version of the death of the what's it called? Let me just Google the actual image so that I can find and then this was the bigger one. This was like the main where Moraine dies, and that decides him going into the next arc, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it really motivates him, because now he doesn't have anyone he can like go to for advice. Like, he was about ready to trust her with asking for advice, and now, nope, you are the adult in the room, Rand. Sorry.
Always super impressed by how she managed to, from these weird visions that you get in Rhuidean, how she managed to have this tactic that she gets him to trust her by being this subservient person stuff. That she gets this from these visions. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I think she like sees like the snapshot of like the bracelet, Lanfear, the doorway, Rand kneeling. So like, she's like, okay, how can I set everything up so that way like that snapshot happens?
That's also true, but I meant before how she manages to get him to trust her by completely changing everything.
Yeah.
About herself, basically.
Well, she remembered how to control Sidar. So
yeah, that's true.
I mean, at least that's how she justifies it to herself.
She knew the concept. That's true.
Oh, this is a nice graphic that Nin got. I don't know if I've ever actually seen this before. I know what the hero's journey is, but I've never seen this graphic.
There's many versions of it, of course. There's a Lord of the Rings version. You can find it for specific books as well, but I think this is the basics of it. And like, I find this fascinating. Once you've seen it, you just can't not see it, especially in like fantasy books. I see it everywhere, whether it be Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings was, of course, the trendsetter.
Mm-hmm. I also like this graphic is in a wheel form.
Yeah, of course. Cyclical.
Makes me happy.
I have put in the Google Doc 2 quotes about Moraine, which I really like. Maybe somebody else would like to read them for once.
I'll read one of them. This is a good one.
This is one by her and one about her.
Yeah, so I'll read the one that's by her because it's a good one. We have made the world dance as we sang for 3,000 years. That is a difficult habit to break, as I have learned while dancing to your song. You must dance free. Even the best intentioned of my sisters may well try to guide your steps as I once did. Yeah, that's her entire lesson that she learns, like, at the 11th hour.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, Aradia, you've learned to read so well by doing your podcast.
Thank you.
If I remember your first episode, and now it's progressed really nicely.
Appreciate that.
She was a soldier, a warrior in her ways as much as I. This could have happened 200 times these past 20 years. She knew it, and so did I. It was a good day to die.
Oh, shivers.
Yeah, the whole "it was a good day to die" is like,
That's so true.
It goes back again to the whole, you must let people take credit for their own choices.
Yeah, of all the thousands of times it could have happened, this was the day that it happened, and you just have to accept it. And it was a good time for it to have happened.
And not just accept it, but let them have this. It's not yours to give, it's not yours to deny. She did this because it was what she wanted to do, basically.
And Lan could accept it. Lan has dedicated his entire life to protecting her, and he's like, nah, she was a soldier. It's okay.
He was fine with it at first, and then he bitched out hard about Nynaeve to Rand, and I was so mad about that.
That was a sad. He did not respond well to that. But he at least accepted Moraine's agency.
He did. Mm-hmm. He did. But then he went and he went and said, "Well, no, we shouldn't ever love anyone. Bye."
What a dude! Oh my goodness.
He was such a great mentor to Rand all the time. Everything he said to him was great and wise and good. And then his parting words were just so wrong.
Yeah.
Which is human, but still. Duck.
It's very human, and it's very much the stone kind of breaking a bit, right? He is such a stone-faced, stone warrior kind of man. He's never been seen from our perspective yet to have really any emotion of any kind, except for the little snippets we see of his conversations with Nynaeve when they're traveling. And even then it's very like cold, trying to ignore his emotions and feelings and try to do the right thing by whatever he thinks the right thing is. So this is him literally, his emotions breaking through.
Yeah, like I'm really with Seth on this. He knows how he's feeling right now about Moraine's death, and he really doesn't want Nin to feel, Nynaeve to feel how he's feeling. Like, and there's a reason why, like, you know, doctors and therapists aren't supposed to operate or you know, work with their family members. Like, it's different when emotions are involved. Like, he was never in love with Moraine. They were close, they were good friends, they were, you know, partners, but it's easier to be separated from it versus when you're in love with someone. When emotions get involved, there's just another level that gets added to it, right?
That's why he resisted. That's why he resisted Nynaeve for all this time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like the whole "I don't want to dress you in widow's black" and stuff. By the way, I just wanted to look something up, and I realized. Did you know that the chapter where Moraine tackles Lanfear is called "Choices"? I never put.
Oh, interesting.
Nice. Because,
Sorry, guys, you probably mentioned that, but I didn't hear.
because it's about the fact that Rand essentially had already made his choices, and Moraine is like, I'm going to choose around your choices for you, and the whole concept of choice and agency. And yeah, that's good job, RJ. Good job.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys also know that the chapter title Leave Takings, chapter 48, also appears in the 3 earlier books? Eye of the World and the Great Hunt and the Shadow Rising.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I realized that at some point, like, there's another Leave Takings chapter.
There are very, very few chapter headings that appear throughout the series, but Leave Takings happens in 4 of the books.
Wow. I never noticed that.
Yeah.
Super Skylek says that he thinks Harriet is the one responsible for the chapter entitles.
Oh, well, in that case, good job, Harriet.
So, yeah. Bambi, I have them all listed here. Leave Takings happens in Eye of the World in chapter 10 when they all leave the 2 rivers. They're all running. Then Leave Takings happens in The Great Hunt, chapter 9, when they're leaving the Borderlands after the Merlin had... that's how I say it in my head. Sorry, guys. Had come to Faldara and tries to take them away. So they leave the Borderlands. And then chapter 16 of The Shadow Rising, Egwene goes to the Waste and Perrin goes into the Ways.
Wow.
So in the 2 books before, it's always when the party breaks up?
Yeah, it's always when parts of the party breaks up or part of our super team basically splits off to go on an adventure. So yeah, in Fires of Heaven, chapter 48, Leave Takings, is when Nynaeve leaves the circus. Nynaeve and Elaine leave the circus and go out on the boat. So yeah, it's just...
So this is a party splitting one, right? Because Moraine goes off to Shindal, and Lan goes off to Saladar, and Rand goes all over the place. Goes to pieces. I don't know.
Yeah, he's so all over the place.
Yeah, when I saw the Leave Takings title in chapter 48 of Fires of Heaven, I'm like, we've seen this word. Like, I've seen this before. I've read this before. And then, yeah, turns out it's also the chapter heading of those other 3 chapters. Just thought that was a really kind of cool takeaway.
Excellent Easter egg finding.
Rand goes on a leave taking of his sanity. Thank you, Super
Yeah,
Skylek.
exactly, Seth. Yeah, it's one of the episode titles as well for the show, so...
Yeah. Leave taking of his sanity. Yes, Super Skylake.
I also kind of, if you guys wanted to, I had some notes about Avienda from Fires of Heaven as well. Because I think I mentioned
We have not mentioned her here.
No.
Igloo. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
I completely forgot about that.
No, that's okay.
Oh my god,
Yes,
I can't believe we just skipped
forgot
all over it.
I mean, there's a lot of shit to cover in the tangents, so...
But the igloo cannot be left off.
That happens if somebody makes notes and everybody's like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. One of the more recent live recordings that I was present for, I can't remember what the situation was, but I had mentioned in the chat that Avienda really acts like a girlfriend to both Egwene and Rand throughout Fires of Heaven and like towards the end of the last book as well. You know, she's kind of not the middleman between the two, but she acts like a support person and a girlfriend to both of them in different ways throughout the entire book, which I think is a huge plot arc for her.
2 romantic relationships, basically. And they happen to have one with each other as well.
She's the hinge.
Yeah.
I think that's the word for it.
That sounds fun.
I always liked reading their relationship as reading Avi and Egwene. I've always thought that they were totally like dating friends. That's just it's a thing. They become such good friends so quickly, and there's jewelry exchanges and like
yeah. Well, and Egwene. So
I mean, the first sister ceremony is so much like a wedding.
Yeah, just a bit more juicy,
right?
More juicy than a wedding.
It's for me. It's really weird talking about Elaine and Avienda right now, because I always keep thinking back on the first sister ceremony that we did, because I mean, basically Falron is my Avienda, because I'm of course not the warrior in this.
Well, it's so intriguing because at the beginning of the book, like Egwene goes into Avienda's dreams almost by accident and sees her nightmares about Rand. Right, so we go from an Avienda at the beginning of Fires of Heaven having literal nightmares about Rand because she isn't really allowed to process her feelings or emotions about him in real life. She has to be almost a stone warrior as well. All of this emotion and feeling towards Rand and her responsibility to Elaine is coming out in dream form, and Egwene sees that, so that almost grows their bond too in a way, because Egwene's like, oh my god, Avienda's terrified of him. And this makes me wonder, like, was Avienda, you know, like really terrified of a man who can channel as well? Like, is that something that was maybe in her head for her terror, or was it all just fighting her own love and emotions for Rand?
I don't think it was the channeling. I feel like she just brushes that off at one point.
Yeah.
Just like, no, it's my own toe that's really causing kittens.
Yeah, I think so too, because he's the Kairakar and he is what he is, and I think she accepts that very matter-of-factly, but... Yeah, I just thought it was interesting that at the beginning of the book, we see a little bit of her emotional inner turmoil going on through her dreams, which we don't ever see from a reader's perspective when she's in real life.
Yeah, I think she's very much like a dude. She's way more scared of her emotions than she is of dying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a very Aiel thing.
She has very, very strict image of what she should be, what she should want in life, what she should feel, and again has a lot of cognitive dissonance about what happens with her.
And her whole honor class is really hard.
Her teaching Elaine Giotto later makes her reevaluate where she might earn G in different ways.
I love that process, that arc of her, like when
great.
You teach, you learn the thing better. Like, and Aiel teaching Giotto to a wetlander that can actually start to get it, like, totally deepens her own understanding, which is awesome.
And she actually starts with her idea of maiden Giotto, which doesn't apply to her anymore, and it's a really hard process for her that her whole maiden training does not apply to her anymore. It coincides, of course, with her becoming a wise one and going through this process, which has to be sped up, which makes it even harder, which makes it take longer, and
Yeah. I agree with what Amy said earlier as well. Egwene is too conservative for Avi and his relationship to be anything more than just emotional support, basically. Like, when I say Avienda is a girlfriend to them both, she's definitely emotional support to Egwene, kind of guiding her through the Aiel culture and teaching her about, you know, this is dealing with picking up rocks and putting them in different piles. Like, she kind of guides her through the aspects of that.
If you run naked 50 times around a tent, you're friends. Yeah, around the camp, you're friends.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I wonder if conservatism in this world is different enough from what we would understand as conservatism that inhibition wouldn't have been there.
I don't know that she even needed it, though. Egwene was very focused.
Like, she gets her hair braided, and a week later, she's like, "Fuck the system." So
yeah,
but at the same time, just the mention of sister wives make them run screaming for the hills.
Oh, okay, that's good. I still do think that they have an emotional bond that's like would build to romance.
Totally.
Like, it's that intimate. They care that much for each other. But yeah, I agree. Probably it did not physically become lovership. But
yeah, she's still hung up on Gawain.
Plus, like, Avi is, you know, a little bit has a lot else on her mind. So, but they go through a lot of physical trials and tribulations together. So there's some bonding.
There's some bonding, of course. I mean, for the longest time, Avienda refers to Egwene as her near sister.
Right.
Like, She watches Rand for the friend of her near sister.
Right.
I was actually very surprised later on when her and Elaine decide to become near sisters. I mean, it makes sense. They're going to be sharing Rand and all that. But originally, it did feel like Avi was closer to Egwene than she was.
She was. She absolutely was, yes.
Yeah.
Like, we don't get as much build-up.
We don't know when that happens, but at some point, Elaine becomes more important to her.
So much of their relationship is super off-screen, and I hate it. Because I love the relationship that comes out of it, and I wish we could see it build.
Yeah, I mean, if this bathtub scene would just be longer.
More bathing.
We'd all be happy, right?
Yeah. Surely the water is the point of this story.
Like, she never gets time with Min either, and then their relationship makes total sense later when they're so awkward around each other, don't really know each other, but they're like, okay, I guess we gotta deal with each other. But they never show when and how she gets close.
But it's beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of man bashing in the background.
It's beautiful, it is. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus! Praise Jesus. Jesus has come to us.
It's just after Easter. What do you imagine?
Yes.
Jesus has risen.
The next thing I thought was interesting in the going forward list was that this is the last that we see of accepted Egwene, and I thought that was a really cool observation into her transformation in this. Like, aside from all this emotional stuff she's going through, changing friendships and continents and all of that, but, well, not continents, land masses, but you're right, this is the last of Egwene transitioning into being, like, from being an accepted into being a sister, even though she doesn't quite know it yet.
She's acting the sister part already, basically. Yeah, she just needs the title now. Yeah.
Next time we'll see her, she'll be pretty much on her way to being Amerlin, and she changes. Everything changes rapidly from there in her story. Like, until now, she's basically tagged along with whatever group was there where she could learn. She likes that. We've talked a lot, I think, about how she is so good at adapting to every culture she encounters, and that's what.
Yeah, we basically just see her as a driving force this entire time.
Yeah, right. And I think this thing has now ended. Like, she absorbed all this, learned all this, and the next time we see her, she puts it all to use. She still learns from Swan, of course, but she gets way more agency going forward.
She basically trial runs the accepted exchange program that she proposes later. She goes and spends like all these months studying with the Aiel as an accepted.
It's a shame that she never entered a Windfinder ship. That was Elaine.
Oh, she would have been so epic to see.
It should have been her, actually, from a narrative standpoint, but didn't work, basically.
Yeah, I like how she takes all of her different avenues of practice that she's gone through so far and puts it all into a nice little bundle.
Yeah.
Right.
I think she also uses what she learns here with the Aiel when she gets kidnapped by the tower and put to work as a novice.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And beaten all the time.
But she is so calm, and she, like, in her head, when we read her point of views, we know what's going on in her head, but everyone else is seeing the Amerlin, and they even start calling her that even though she is working in the kitchens, right? Like, something like that happens.
Well, it's a perfect example of leading by example, right? She's not showing that she's getting broken. She's showing confidence.
The dining hall scenes, Bambi, right? Where the novices start coming to her because she doesn't sit down on the pillow. Damn.
Yes.
Yeah, she learns all of that strength of will from the Aiel.
It's such a tiny thing that somebody brings her the pillow, which already shows that somebody is deferring it to her, and she said nope.
And I think she learns that here, right? With all the punishment that the Aiel make her.
Yeah. Yeah, novice training never would have gotten her into that place.
Patrick says they drug her and beat her, and she makes them look like fools. That's true. With the juggling the tiny balls of light.
Oh yeah, she just keeps going like da, 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 da.
Yeah. Well, she's such a calm, collected powerhouse.
What, you didn't want me to do this? Do you mean you can't do this?
But yeah, the tower was training her to be breakable, and the Aiel made her infinitely bendable instead.
I think that's one of the quotes I didn't put in there, but I think there's the whole the will opens in the storm quote is from this book.
I think it gets brought up a few times, but I would not be surprised if this is the book where we get the most looks at it.
Anything else about Egwene? She doesn't do that much in this book, I think.
No, she gets set up.
She goes through training, basically.
No, exactly. She just keeps learning from Avienda and the Aiel, and she has her chats with Moraine, and that's kind of basically, we just see her kind of on the periphery of everything.
Yeah, it's her training montage in the background.
Yeah. We see her be a bit cruel to her friends a bit.
The Eye of the Dragon playing in the background.
Eye of the Dragon.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I just got Carithian Rhapsody out of my head, and what you're doing.
I'm the worst.
Don't you know that I can't think if I play music behind my ears, behind my eyes? I mean, oh god. Next item on the list of things that change going forward. We invent traveling. That changes.
And that just becomes commonplace.
That changes the pace of the books, and it changes the scope of the books so
I wonder
much.
if RJ invented that because he was like, my timeline and my geography are getting out of control. So,
I can't have people on horses and wagons all the time.
Right,
Shit.
this isn't Star Trek.
How do I
need
fix
transporters?
Yeah.
For sure. I love gateways, but they are so overpowered and underutilized.
Enter and roll, yeah.
One of the best things Brandon Sanderson did was get creative. Yeah, that's one of the best things Brandon Sanderson brought to the series was freaking Androl's inventiveness.
I mean, it's so Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah, that was what sold me on Sanderson at all. I'm just like, okay, if he can write this good for Wheel of Time, I guess I'll take a spin through his other stuff.
Of course, they could be even more effective, but it would have broken everything.
I mean, a lot of things in the series could have been more effective. Talking is one of them.
Let's not be unrealistic. Okay, this is fantasy, not like.
Why communicate when I can use magic?
Traveling in the dream to go scout locations is another one. Like, why didn't they do that with everything, everywhere, to go investigate and spy? Like, if they knew they could get notes from Aleda's office that easily,
yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just try and poke around anywhere else, literally?
The Gateway Aja, yeah.
It's definitely one of the challenges in the Just Roll With It. Trying out the Fourth Age is us as players. We know how underutilized the power was, so we keep coming up with things that never happened in canon that like should have worked. But like, not only is that not helpful, we're also novices. So
you get be super overpowered so quickly.
We try very hard, and then we get smacked down by the law of God, and it's a thing. But it's definitely a problem because they didn't use the power effectively enough in canon, and we have had all this time to think about it and like engineer better solutions, and it playing without that is
like, can you imagine if Swan could dreamwalk when she was
oh my god
in Merlin's seat with that ring? Like, all the places she would have spied, like, I would have gone to the White Cloaks immediately, looked up on all their shit going on. Like, I would have gone all over the place, all the different thrones. If you can, just the fact that you could look at different sheets of paper and find information, I would do that every day.
Yeah.
All the time.
She'd probably have like standing weaves of tiny gateways to all like offices of heads of states in their closets or something, and that she had a room where she'd go and put her ear to them and listen.
Yeah, it's like Moraine's eavesdropping trick on steroids.
Right, like mission control. Like the Amerlin study is just all of these gateways in like a bowed out wall, like NASA or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right? All your numerous monitors, but they're actually literal portals.
Yeah.
Right. Fun.
She could be a one-woman CIA.
If anything, the Green Aja should have been in charge of something like that and utilized it.
When I put that in the notes, I just thought about, because I recently started reading the first book again because I tried to make my partner read it. I'm failing so badly at that, but well. And I realized there's so many travel chapters, and that it all ends now.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So from one minute to the other, we go from a lot of traveling to instant travel.
I had never thought about how big of a watershed technology that is in terms of the narrative.
Yeah, we were just discussing the leave takings chapter, and it takes on a whole new note with traveling being invented.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. And then you always need like narrative tactics to limit it, like parent with the dream spike and stuff.
Yeah, with all of the catch-up time we get for not traveling.
It's the same in any thriller or something that you somehow have to keep people from using the internet because that would end everything way too quickly. I'm rereading Dresden Files at the moment, and they just solved this by wizards can't use technology, it breaks down, so he can barely make telephone calls.
That's clever. I mean, as a narrative way of adding that conflict.
It's not bad. It's also funny because he's in this wizard order where they're all super old, crusty white men. They're not all white, but they're crusty old men. So they would reject the technology anyways, and he would love it, but he can't. Like, he can barely use an elevator. He doesn't have electricity in his house because it breaks down.
It's actually really intriguing. Now I want to read it.
Yeah, you have to power through some very, very weird description of women, though. He gets better. He doesn't get good, but he gets better. But the beginning is rough. I love Dresden. I love it so much because in the beginning it's a like detective noir procedural, and then it sneaks an epic fantasy setting on you. You don't realize it's happening, but at some point, like in book 5 or 6, you're like, wait, what the? Is that been happening the whole time in the background? Oh yes, it has.
That sounds really neat. I haven't read them either.
It's neat. He was starting out with the first ones, and the first ones are not that good. But it gets better, and it gets better quickly, and it gets really good. If a little chauvinistic at sometimes.
On the list, we are down to the bottle cap comment, which I don't actually have the background to know the bottle cap comment means.
Oh, yeah. I put that in there. If anyone listens to the Glass Cannon podcast, bottle caps are a big deal. So Anna putting that in there was pretty funny for me.
I said that Rand from this point on starts collecting crowns as if they were bottle caps. And that made Kelsey laugh.
I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, as I said that he conquered Tyr before, but now he has the Aiel as the first nation that he actually leads. And it's the start of a trend, basically.
Right, he has the hearts and the minds, not just possession of the castle.
Right, and from now on, he doesn't leave without owning everything.
Yeah, I walked in, I own, it's a thing.
Yeah, no taking a fifth, just take the whole thing.
Just take it. He came, he saw, he conquered.
And little bit of, leaving it behind, sort it out, people.
Yeah.
Doesn't go well every time.
No, it does not. But yeah, he does sort of become incapable of not picking up crowns whenever he goes to unclaimed kingdoms. It's like...
Right, Emperor phase beginning to peak out, as Bambi said.
For sure. Yeah, we've got Darth and Emperor Rand both sort of starting to come out of the wings on this one.
It's so Rand, though, playing the game without knowing it. Like, crowns just falling into his lap, even though he didn't lift a finger.
So
yeah.
Cool. It's the whole game of houses again. Just it's a game of nations.
His unification obsession kind of reminds me of Dalinar a little bit in the Stormlight books.
Just clap, Rand, just clap.
I was gonna say, dare I say Game of Thrones?
I was totally going there.
I was very deliberately not doing that.
Yeah. Oh my god, I love Bambi's comment. The Taviran life chose him. He did not choose a Taviran life. Taviran life chose him.
Living his best Taviran life.
It's
his true self.
Straight out of two rivers.
Oh god. Yeah.
Hashtag blessed by the creator.
Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's different.
Yeah, unite them before the storm. The east and the west has to be one. It's all, yeah.
Oh my god, yes. You can tell we have crossed the 2-hour mark on our recording. Our brains are starting to short circuit.
More coffee.
Mine is still playing Bohemian Rhapsody, so which is not helpful for like coherent thoughts.
No.
It's not a very coherent song.
But we are almost at the end of our pseudo-coherent list, which is cool.
Yes. This list has been very helpful. I'm very glad this
God,
exists.
we needed a list.
Yeah, the next I had, which we have a time. Yay?
Nay?
I hate that guy so much.
He's bad.
Yeah.
But the storyline he starts with the Black Tower is actually quite intriguing. Oh yeah, time of your life. Yeah, thank you.
The Black Tower was the most disappointing but useful plot device in like the whole series. Like maybe like I think Fane and the Black Tower were like they're set up to be this amazing either opportunity or villain, and then they just kind of like petered out.
Yeah.
Like I love Andral and Pavara taking the Black Tower back, but like Rand sets the Black Tower up to be like his ace in the hole, and it ends up like being almost the reason he fails.
Yeah, it was looming in the background so much, and then what was going on there was great. I loved the whole storyline of Logain taking it and Pavara and Andral and stuff, but the scope and what it meant for Rand to set it up and then abandon it, yeah, it was not as realized as it could have been.
Well, Patrick's bringing up a good question of do we think that Tame was a dark friend on his own power, or was he turned by someone?
I feel like my vote goes to he went to the dark. I mean, he's been mistreated.
I think so too, because the light hasn't really treated him well, so.
Exactly. Like, he's not been treated well.
Yeah. No, Leah, I didn't mean like turned like with 13 Murder. I just meant like co-opted or convinced, or did he seek it out? And I agree. I think he was a kind of ambitious, ruthless person that sought it out because he wasn't getting what he wanted out of life.
Mm-hmm. Converted, not
right.
turned.
Yes. Turned has a very specific meaning.
Of his own volition.
Intending.
Yeah.
And he was captured as well, right? Like, I doubt the Dead Sisters treated him very well either, seeing how they treated Rand.
Mm-hmm.
Those Red Sisters are so nice.
Tame comes in at the end of this book, right? Yeah, like the last chapter.
Yeah.
And so this is before he was
That's why I put it in there.
This is before he was shifted to not being Demon Dread, right? So a lot of this like initial dialogue has all of that, like, this has to be a Forsaken, like the way he says everything, and he's
Yeah.
he becomes not a Forsaken. But at this point in the writing, the way he's set up and introduced is like
he gets deforsakened.
Yeah, it's like a red herring, but it was actually a real thing. And then it became a red herring.
Can we agree on calling it a red heron whenever we'd have time talking?
I am super okay with that.
Red heron.
Yep, it's a red heron.
Yep.
Headcanon established, guys. Take note.
Headcanon.
Thank you. Yep, I wanted that.
Yeah. The next thing you have is that there's a very obvious lack of Perrin.
Everyone's favorite Wolfie.
But was it obvious?
I don't think I noticed until he comes back in the next book. And I'm like, wait a second, where the hell have you been?
Right?
I very much noticed because I love Perrin.
I love Perrin too, but
a lot of these chapters I was waiting for another Perrin reflection, and we never got it. So I very much noticed.
Exactly, Sky. Like, I didn't notice on my first read.
Well, my first read was so long ago that I don't remember now, but I do feel like I remember thinking about, like, whenever there's books where there's like very little or no Matt or Perrin, I always notice. Especially since in the book before this we had so much of Perrin.
Yeah. So in Path of Daggers we have no Matt, and in Crown of Thorns we'll have no Rand, and we already had almost no Rand in The Dragon Reborn, ironically.
Yeah, that's from everyone else's point of view except his.
Yeah.
Right. He sometimes pops back in and back out again.
I do like the idea that he has a really happy honeymoon off screen that's so drama free that it's like we don't even need to see it. Like, just there's a brief happily ever after.
Yeah, I wanted us to speculate what's going on in the Two Rivers.
I think he's just trying to reestablish the area, right? Because the big Trolloc fight happened, the big Trolloc battle happened, and his honeymoon time is them establishing themselves, whether he likes it or not. It's them establishing themselves.
What's Loyal doing? There are not that many books in the Two Rivers. What's
Categorizing the trees in the Two Rivers. If Neil is
Chopping
any
trees.
guide, then he is cataloging. He's doing
Yeah, I bet he's helping with the
inventory.
He's putting his Quercus on, right?
Probably telling, I just picture Loyal's. Yeah, he's working on his book, or maybe he's like telling stories to the village children, around a fire at night. That's what I just picture, this big, gigantic, fluffy man with a group of kids around him, like doing daycare.
Can we headcanon that the presence of Loyal finally makes the Two Rivers get like a school system?
Yes.
Because that would be nice.
Oh, he does teach the kids. Okay, Amy. That'd be why it was in my brain then.
I adore this. So he works on his books and he sets up formal education.
He's a gigantic teddy bear teacher.
Yes, please.
That this is a thing.
I want this.
I love that.
Yeah, of course. And Fail is basically setting out a government, and Perrin is...
Yeah, she's doing all the bookwork stuff.
Trying not to be in the government.
Yeah, and they're like helping like reestablish Terran Ferry and like...
Yeah. I see Perrin doing a lot of chopping and building and physical labor stuff to keep his mind occupied, and then Fael in the background, like talking to all the wives and all of the wisdoms and all the women's circles in all the different areas, like being administration.
This influx of new people and new technology, and it's growing.
I would also say that they're also having the family planning conversation where they decide no puppies until after the last battle, because they never talk about that. There's never a concern with Fael getting pregnant. Like, this has to be when they're like...
I wondered if you were talking about puppies or like pugs.
Listen, Fael is a lady of the modern age, all right. I bet she was already
Moon tea, man.
She is a modern woman.
I'm totally convinced that there is reliable herbal birth control in this world, and I think that they must have decided to not have kids until after the last battle, because Perrin never freaks out about a potentially pregnant wife going into danger. Just the wife, not the potentially pregnant part. So
Right.
I'm just saying, File set out to become a hunter. Like she would have expected some adventure. I can't imagine she was naive. Not like she wasn't naive to men, right?
Right. Though Steph does bring up
We see her flirting with.
yeah. But Steph brings up a good point in Discord that there is the kids' discussion with her parents in Lord of Chaos.
Of course there is.
But I think they made their choices before that.
Yeah, and I mean, she immediately goes to which of my children will inherit which kingdom, basically. So it's very much on her mind that she's starting a dynasty with him. But they're young. I think even in their society there is some time, and I'm pretty sure they would wait until the last battle because everything else would be super irresponsible.
Seriously. I mean, Elaine is sort of, working with a limited timeline, so I can understand why she goes for it. But goddamn timing, girl. Timing.
Elaine also already was the monarch, and she knew that she might get killed, and maybe she wanted to get the kids out first, so there'd be succession established.
But and I mean, the visual of 8.5 months pregnant Elaine swinging a sword at a Trolloc from horseback is I will accept whatever it takes to make that situation happen. And for having bad family planning decision timing is what we need, then all right, fine, because it's amazing.
If that's not a Michelangelo painting, I don't know what
right?
is. Or, yeah, charging through the clouds and the beast with her sword and her big belly. Yeah, that's all in my head already.
Patrick asks if Zaldea and Numenethrin end up as one nation. I think that they are deliberately say that they would have to have at least 2 kids, so their lines should be split up clearly, so it doesn't become one nation, because that was one of the things that Elaine didn't want to.
Right. Because she doesn't want Andor getting taken over by the Two Rivers, which is fair.
Yeah, so I think they have a conversation about that they should establish 2 lines. One, that the royal line of Zaldea and the stewards of the Two Rivers should not be the same line going forward. I think so. But, of course, parents are my kids should marry whoever they want to. So, it's I can imagine, Elaine and Fail, yeah, we're doing the succession, blah, blah, blah. And he was
Yeah, because he's the only one who's, not born and bred to power. He doesn't have that cultural background.
Poor man.
You married to get a bigger farm, duh.
Just getting corralled on every side.
Well, he's a steward of the Two Rivers, I think is the term. Manetheren, as such, is a dirty word to under.
Right, yeah, Manetheren gets put back down, and it's steward of the Two Rivers as the birthplace of the dragon. It's like a nature reserve, but politically instead of ecologically.
Yeah.
So, conclusion, sort of? Are we there now?
So we have this famous queen in Indian folklore, who basically all the men went to fight and were killed or captured, so only the women were left. And then so all the women went to fight, and she had just had her baby, so she had it in a sling when she had. So
this is exactly what I pictured. Just obviously Elaine with that sword. That's amazing.
Well, when you
Thank you for
I also like that she's wearing pink tiger stripe leggings.
Of course she is. What else would you?
That is amazing and wonderful. Is this a historical figure?
Yeah.
What was her name? I want to look her up.
I'm gonna Rani Lakshmibai. I'm gonna put that on Discord as well.
I like that the baby on her back has a very adult looking face.
Yeah, I mean the whole perspective in this is interesting. You see the tiny horseman underneath the horse.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
That's awesome.
Yes. How quickly did that kid have to grow up, eh?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if you think that you shouldn't maybe shake newborns, so having it on a galloping horse is maybe...
Oh, that's a whole different version of shaken baby syndrome.
Yeah. Well, it's a choice between this and dying. Well,
right, yeah, there's a really good point where Elaine is it doesn't matter, even if I, the whole, vision of Min being oh, you'll be safe. She's it doesn't matter if I had that vision or not, because at this point, the world ends if I don't win this battle. So it literally doesn't matter if I'm endangering my babies, because I'm endangering them no matter what. The world is in danger.
And as I said, she thinks that even if she dies, if she is babies, then her kingdom has a queen, and that's what she needs. Of course, that she might have a boy, it does not enter her mind because
Yeah, I know. She's like, clearly the Queen of Andor always has a girl. Duh. There's probably like a special, like how to make sure that your baby comes out as a girl sort of like handbook in the Queen's apartments.
Those are things. So yeah, those are things that I wondered about, like stuff in the White Tower and just in general in the book series, because it's never talked about in fantasy series really ever. But like, how do these women control their periods every month? How do these women control not getting pregnant? Like the Green, especially the Green Ajas, especially with their many warders. Like, obviously they probably have some sort of channeling powers that they use for that, but I would have liked a little bit of detail on that, to be honest, because it's just a whole different world that never gets acknowledged, and it's a part of life,
The whole, you just need to drink this tea and you'll not get pregnant as a fantasy trope that I would love to be incorrect.
Right?
A tea.
How easy.
I don't have to insert like personality changing hormones into my body. That's nice.
Depression pills? Not necessary? How amazing. Ugh. Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. It's just a bunch of stuff that, you throw tea at it and there's your solution. Well, I kind of want to know more.
To be fair, they don't really go to the toilet as well, so why should they
This
talk
is true.
about
Bodily fluids don't happen in the Wheel of Time.
No.
No, Elaine makes water.
Only when she's pregnant, though. Only when she's pregnant.
Right, Elaine. Right. It gets mentioned that Elaine and Birgitte sync up once they are pregnant.
Right, which is just,
So there are periods happening.
It feels...
Which you'd never know until that point, or know again until after that point.
They probably have, Nynaeve has, super absorbent mosses or something they put in their underwear or something.
Yeah, something. RJ was a man, writing from a man's perspective for a male audience.
Yeah,
product of its time.
And again, nobody has to use the bathroom all the time, so these details obviously fall by the wayside.
I love it too, Bambi, because it's something that I definitely notice.
I don't give him a patriarchy eyebrow for this.
I feel like, Bambi, we couldn't be into Wheel of Time if we didn't love crunchy detail.
We wouldn't be doing this episode if we didn't love crunchy detail. Yeah.
I know so many people who stopped reading after book 3, 4, 5, 6, whichever one it was, but they couldn't get through because he gets more and more granular as the books go on.
Yeah.
I really can't understand that. I mean, I can understand not getting into it, not finishing Eye of the World or after Eye of the World. But if you've already read 5 books or something, how can you
I know.
I mean, I wish he had taken all his...
You know how this turns out?
Yeah.
I don't get this.
I do wish that he could have taken his, stance on detailing dresses and used that into Nynaeve couldn't channel today because her block was her cramps or something.
That would have been so awesome.
Or any of them. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that could have been spun to be more entertaining, but that's just me. Maybe that's why she was so angry, Bambi.
She just had PCOS. That was her real block, was just chronic PCOS.
Just cramping hard.
I have cysts all the time. Well,
yeah, that's true, Seth. Seth says maybe you don't want to do writing about PMS.
Well, Harriet would have had a bit of influence, right? That's what she was there for. But yeah, that's true. Maybe that would have been entertaining too, seeing a guy take a stab at it.
Yeah, seriously. Do your research, bro.
No.
You live with a woman and marry one. It's...
There is a whole subreddit.
Half of the world deals with it. There's no excuse to not know about it.
No, it's true, but there's a whole subreddit for men writing women, and they really make fun of how women are sometimes described. And this is just
she
normal.
She pressed it down the stairs.
These are just normal descriptions. We're not even talking about periods or stuff which they don't see, which is a lot of the times behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, ideally.
Ideally.
It's true though.
Accidents happen.
We went from parent to periods. Quite a transition.
As you do.
There's so many parallels I'm drawing with that in my head.
Yeah.
Women just break their heels or stilettos and can run. Yeah. Nobody would do that. You'd maybe throw your shoes away and then get splinters in your toes. But a broken off heel does not help. No.
Or just running into heels, because that's totally a thing that is totally feasible. It would never break anyone's ankles.
Or did you guys see that one clip of the new... Oh my god.
Oh no, Betty.
So the chick from the Joker with the big
Harley
blonde
Quinn?
pigtails.
Harley Quinn?
Yeah, her movie that just came out. The scene where she
Birds
gives
of
her
Prey?
ponytail holder to
Birds
the
of
other.
Prey?
Yeah, Birds of Prey. She gives her ponytail holder to the other chick actress, like in the film, and that was such a revolutionary thing because you always see women just fighting with their hair loose, and that would never happen in a real scenario because your hair being in your face is a pain in the ass.
It would also look awful afterwards.
Oh yeah, it'd get caught in stuff. People would pull your hair and use it against you. Like there's all kinds of things that are involved with that you just don't really think so.
That's the thing. I know I'm totally aware that wrestling isn't real, but still, all these guys with the long hair and they try to pin each other to the mat. Why don't you just step on the guy's hair? Nobody will move if you step on their hair.
Right?
It's the most effective thing ever.
Yeah.
That's so
Just stand there.
That's so painful even to think of.
I knew a guy in high school who had a bald spot on the back of his head. He was a senior in high school, and he had a bald spot from his hair was caught, like someone stepped on it, and something happened, and he had a chunk of hair ripped out so intensely that he had a bald spot that had not grown back in. And he was this like big dude with like a proper beard, and then he had this like accident-induced bald spot, so he always got cast as like old guys in the drama department because like he was big, tall, had a beard, and had a bald spot. Like a little bit of gray, hairspray, and poof, he's like the old guy while all of us other high schoolers are running around pretending to be adults. But yeah, visceral pain. Visceral pain.
Yeah.
Right, we have actually gotten to the end of my notes.
Whew, and 2 hours and 31 minutes of recording.
Man.
Holy shit.
I mean, if I could talk to you guys forever, I probably would though. So
There is that.
2 hours feels like nothing.
Yeah.
Anna, what time are you at now?
It's 11:15.
That's early for you.
I'm fine. My husband has gotten home from work and looked into the room and went back out again and probably went to bed already. So I don't care.
Yeah, this has been such a nice like reprise of like the spoiler con energy.
I don't care how long we go. I'd probably go right into the stump afterwards because I'm pumped right now to discuss stuff. And Nin, I never even got into my controversial Wheel of Time opinion.
Yes, we did get there. Maybe another episode.
I won't go there in public.
We should do a stumpinar on that actually, so then everyone
People will assassinate me on that.
Oh, on
mine, yeah.
Do you want to talk about anything spoiler con related, or should we?
Steph wants us to do a woman's opinion on Nynaeve and Valeluca. I think she likes to flirt. She's in love with Lan. She likes to flirt. She likes being seen as a sexual person for the first time in her life. That's all I got to say.
I think she likes being flirted with because he's cute and he lays on the flattery real good. But I also really don't honestly qualify for understanding that relationship because I don't get flirting. So.
Oh, I do. I flirt all the time. I think everybody who met me knows that I flirt all the time. It's fun. Yeah, I think it's super new for her. It's super fun. He flatters her so much. He sees her. He has no idea that she's either a wise one or what's it called? Wisdom or like important in any way. She just sees her as a woman and thinks she's really hot. It's new for her. It's fun. She would never have stayed there. She would have gone insane with this guy.
Oh, he's annoying as shit. He drives me crazy. Yeah. He's like that local that comes into the bar when you're working and just sits at the bar by himself to talk only to you and tries to bother you while you're trying to do your job. Like, I feel like that's what he's doing with Nynaeve.
Exactly.
Just constantly trying to talk to her and flatter her and compliment her and talk about the most random shit just to get her attention. And yeah, maybe it's flattering for a bit, but at the end of the day, it's just annoying, dude. It totally
depends on your mood. Like, there are days where this is really nice. Please go on. And there are days of, come on. No.
Dude, I'm just trying to live here. Yeah.
Just existing. Thank you very much.
Yeah. It's definitely nice to be reminded that you're a female and that you're attractive.
Right.
For sure. Everybody enjoys that every now and again, but he was just over the top.
And it was all in aim of his bloody show.
Yeah.
And I get what Steph is saying. Like, you don't get the feeling that she likes it, but she does keep going back for more. I feel like she would have been way more harsher to shut him down if she hadn't wanted it. And I think this is the Matt syndrome where, she's not showing it. She's not thinking it even, or she's thinking something different, but doing something different. Like, I think she enjoyed it, honestly.
Yeah. And she also got more and more comfortable in her body and in her being nice looking, which probably has to do with the compliments she's getting. Like she doesn't think about I want to look good for this dude. She thinks I want to look good for Lan, who's not there. So she does want to look good for herself, and this is nice.
It kind of teaches her that, yeah.
Right.
So
you are allowed to look good just for you, not for any other purpose.
Right, and that brings up a good, that make me think that she fights so hard in the Two Rivers to be seen as older than she is. Not prettier, not more beautiful, not like she needs to be seen as the wisdom. So she needs to be practical, she needs to be I don't know if that's shown as much, but you know how men don't take pretty women seriously, so she can't go down that road.
Yeah.
In the Two Rivers. And then suddenly she's out in the world, and there's this Luca guy who's like not only seeing her as pretty but also respects her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's more that she's not comfortable with enjoying the flirting. Like, that's more maybe where her discomfort is coming from. Is she's like, this is new and I like it, and I don't know how I feel about the fact that I like it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that she likes it all the time.
No,
right. It's
agree.
like a new experience,
which is normal, which is absolutely normal.
Totally her and the silk dress.
Yeah. Totally. She takes a while to change her opinions about her opinions, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And if you tell her that she did, she will reject it.
How dare you tell me I'm evolving?
This dress is green moment would be her, this dress is cool.
I'd actually like this wool dress.
Yeah.
Did you guys in the Discord have any other questions or anything?
Yeah.
Or points that you think we missed or should talk about?
That was a good little tangent. Thank you, Steph.
Yeah.
SpoilerCon news is that SpoilerCon is awesome, and there will be more news about it. You should want to come.
We are... Sign up for the newsletter.
SpoilerCon, the principle of a SpoilerCon is something awesome, and yeah, who knows?
Yeah, we want to encourage everybody to sign up for the newsletter so that you can stay updated on if there are any changes in the next coming months. Otherwise, go to the website, spoilercon.org, and you can find all the current information there, basically.
Yeah.
That's all we can really talk about right now with everything that's going on.
But these, we all actually physically got to hang out in person and talk Wheel of Time for 2.5 straight days, and it was the goddamn best.
It was so amazing.
So
it was such a whirlwind of meeting people for the first time that you'd have been talking to for months online. It's such a surreal feeling of putting faces to Discord names,
adjusting to voices instead of emoji strategies.
Yeah. Yeah.
I kind of liked it too.
I actually had very few Wheel of Time related conversations. I had a lot of conversations, but very few Wheel of Time ones, and they were all...
That's actually really true. We talk Wheel of Time on Discord all the time. We got together and talked about our real lives. Because, you and I, we talked, non-stop on that walk.
Yep, exactly.
And that was all about life.
I don't remember half of it. It was, exactly. I don't remember half of what we discussed. It feels like such an eon ago. But,
yeah.
I don't think it was about Wheel of Time.
No, I remember a long talk about how you grew up with not free public libraries. That's the thing I really strongly remember. It was your library cost money? What?
Yeah. There's a really cool little powwow we had one night, too, where we all talked about how the books came into our lives and how we all discovered the books and what they meant to us. It was just really cool bonding moments throughout the weekend that looking forward to with new people.
That was so great when we did... go around the people sitting down on the floor and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, this walk through the woods there, that was a tangent episode all of itself. I think Aurelia, you and I, we actually talked about the different width of rails at some point. Why? I have no idea.
Yeah, we walked over those little really narrow ones, and we got on a whole tangent about the history of railroad grades. As you do.
Yeah,
as
of course.
Yeah, and I tried to. I remember trying to point out all of the mountains and stuff, but it was raining way too hard to see across Portland, much less to all the Cascades. Yeah. So I was like, over there is a volcano.
But
over there is a volcano.
We could see the trees, so our Ogier did his job.
I mean, I feel like that's the kind of thing you have to be there to understand how awesome it was. We can wax poetic all afternoon, but...
Mm-hmm. Or night.
All the way around the world for a whole 24 hours, just passing the baton. Talking about how awesome SpoilerCon was.
Well, Seth wants to know what they did wrong.
You think we listened to you?
What did they get wrong about what?
Seth, who Seth?
I don't know. Anything, I guess.
Everything. I mean, do you want to be more specific?
I mean, yeah, every episode there's like one tiny thing or another where I think, but then who cares? Nothing.
I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, even if you get stuff wrong, who's to say what's right or wrong? This is your interpretation of what you're reading sentence by sentence, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Nicola is not super strong with the power, but she has those talents which make her special.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. What did you get wrong in this book? I think that's what he's asking.
When Patrick was when he was like plugging our show last live recording, he said that we'll discuss things they got wrong. And I think that's what.
Yeah, I honestly don't know.
I did not take notes on that.
Yeah,
if I'd known like 3 months ago you'd do this, then I'd have another Google Doc.
That could be the tagline for this whole series. The fuck-ups were needed.
Thank you for listening to the Wheel of Time Spoilers podcast. Rate us in the Apple Podcast app or support us on Patreon. Is that good enough?